Alrighty. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the stream. I'm Max, aka Snazer, and I'm very happy to have you here. Um, yeah, good morning, Vangalov. Very happy to have you here, as well as Celix. Welcome. Good morning to you as well. At least for me, it's morning. I have myself made my first coffee of the day. I woke up just like not too long ago, but I was like in a really good mood. I have missed the streaming. Um, so I was really looking forward to the stream. So we're gonna stream a little bit. I don't know how long. I may have plans in the let's say later afternoon, early evening. So in 7 to 9 hours from now. But that is plenty of time to play and to get salty. Fun fact: I had like yesterday. I mean, it's not a fun fact, but like yesterday off stream. Two things. One, I had like still like this atrocious RNG where I don't know, like your coolant is getting frozen like from both freezes your opponent has and frozen for 6 seconds, and then anything else gets like at least one of the two freezes, you're fine. Um, like those situations happened quite a bit yesterday. But also I had like a bunch of different builds yesterday, and yeah. So the only thing that is like a takeaway there is the core was a lot better performing than I initially thought. To be fair, it relies heavily on finding the right pieces, but you can have like crazy core games. I think the craziest one was like a 1.5 second the core, um, with shatter, a million freezes, and a flamethrower. It was a fun game. But it relies like basically around chatter, I would say. Which is like, if your build needs a specific skill to work, that's a questionable line, isn't it? Anyway, hello Kutarox and Pikant, welcome, and hello Fantastic. Very, very happy to have you here. Um, Already first decision. I do like jungle runes for the 3 loot and 3 gold. Um, but middle, has your stuff you're looking for. I mean, yeah, like the core helps you quite a bit for the late game. But so what you do on the core is you're putting like your either like you have a drill or an Uzi on the left, you know, um, and sometimes a metronome, and then you put your stuff that you want on the right to pay off. And that is like for me, it was like sometimes there are activations and end freeze, and sometimes it was just a bunch of freeze and a flamethrower. And if you have shatter, that is kind of strong. Um, and I always found shatter. I feel like there is something like, by the way, like let's talk about this now for one more second. There is something that is special with at the moment, and I may think there is changed how drops and shops work. So what I mean by that is I can basically tell you that if I have a lot of burn and no power sender, I get my ignition core. If I have a lot of burn but a power sender, I have 3 out of 3 times not seen an ignition core. And otherwise I have like, I don't know, 55 out of 56, 7 times seen an ignition core. Um I have seen on the core yesterday in the 3 or 4 runs I had where I played the core, I had a every single time I got a shatter offered. Every single time on the shop where like random, like it was not like I went to freeze skills to get the shatter. It was in the silver or gold shop. I mean, the sample size for the shatter is not big enough, but I don't know, something going in your favor and having like hard impact what you're having on your board. And I feel the same like for rigged because I don't have rigged as much as my opponents, and that is not like a survivor bias by that margin. And hello, Stille Beobachter. Very, very happy to have you here. I wish you a very, very good morning and good start on the day. Alrighty. Enough talk on that part. Let's gym a few games. We're not winning by one necessarily. So let's just like get ourselves some value here. Like this skill means if you have a strong opponent, you're not winning, right? It's like we're only winning against a guy who has a lot of nothing. Because we will also have like just a lot of nothing. Dooley on day one without any good skill is not particularly strong. So even if I will find there like a pulse rifle or a rocket launcher, it is not necessarily a win. And then I might as well take a little bit free gold in CDR. And then I fought the Pyro out of those options because I couldn't fight the Viper. And I think for what we are planning to do in most cases, um, the burn helps you on day 2 quite a bit more than the Fang. Definitely a skill here. We're running into the issue that we don't have a friend yet, but oof, yeah, punished. But it is what it is. That is, you know, a right hand and there is an Isla. I look like a genius, so much do I think this 1 or 2 gold will help me win a fight here. So honestly, let's say maybe once in a while this is good, but that's all I want to do. We're not beating that is for sure. Too much shielding and too much damage and too much poison and too much of everything. I just want to hockey. You're so brave to play Dooley. I mean, I had like in general, I still have like like decent success rate. And by success rate, I mean obviously 10 wins. So I don't know. Like it's rough. Don't get me wrong there. The complaining is probably justified, but you know, oof, this is a rough start of a day of a game. Reason is like Cav does not have good stuff here, so we might as well not go there. And we're in no way able to fight a warrior, which means we're also not leveling on day 2 here, most likely. Like even if we find 1 XP node, we would need to find 2 XP nodes here now. And that is like super unlikely. Owning essentially surreal. Surreal. We'll see. We'll see. We'll make it work. Maybe it's a decor game actually. Let's think about this. Okay, let's go for weapons. So let's say this is a decor game. Then we want to have our first CDR on the core, right? Because that's like helping the putting the core more towards 3 seconds in the long run. Or we say it's an ignition core game. In that case, we want to use the CDR more likely on the drill. And we want to buy the Uzi for sure. I mean, we want to buy the Uzi probably in either way, but then we have to use this on the drill. See? We should still take this, so we're not falling too far behind. Now we're only 1 XP behind and not 2. And hello, Wojsak. Welcome, welcome. I don't know how to pronounce your name. If you want to have me pronounce it differently, feel free to write in chat how to pronounce it. I have honestly no idea how to pronounce that. Like we're winning this one though. That's pretty good. Nice. Okay, I want to go. Oh, we never get an option to go for the core, so it's an ignition core game. The question was answered by the game itself. So we're not gumball rich. We don't necessarily. I mean, Barkun is giving us what, a little bit of gold here. Alrighty, Barkun. What? Let's take the gold on this avenue. And then we're leaving. Take the money. I don't need medium items. Are we strong enough to comfortably kill the hoverbike again? Sure. The medium items we don't need anymore. Like we want to upgrade the drill and very early maybe still the shadowed cloak, but this comp is out in the future. It's just like a temporary situation. But if you're upgrading it early, we're sticking for it for a couple days. Like it's basically what the rocket launcher would do. It's like a something that does something for the time until you have like real something. It's always the first chocolate here, and high rolling on skills is pretty good. More burn is fine. It was a little bit sketchy to take the skill. I saw the board and was like, yeah, sure, sure. I have like 5 items, so if I get value out of it, I will take it. But I forgot that we are going to um, extend our board here, and then we have more than 5 items, right? So we will never get value out of the skill. Bring 1 chocolate for the Mandalay event. Okay. I have no idea. I think we are winning this one. We should definitely win this one. It's a little bit scared here from the rigged. Already. Doesn't look that bad. We kind of survived the start. We are. I've beaten a few of those yesterday, but the way I beat it, it would no bad beat beating. Like anyway, the way I won um is by having like a golden defense grid ready and an Aiden. So if you have like a decent amount of health as well as a gold defense grid and an Aiden, he is actually beatable, and you can raise him still like a little bit, but you know, um, but yeah, that is not happening here. Kev still will still not have the stuff we're looking for. That's a interesting decision to be made. I like small items here. I don't think I will pass a mountain pass. I can't put the right hand on the pulse rifle, unfortunately, because there is like a Chris Army knife and the Shadow Cloak conflict anyway. So yeah. And then I rather have it on the drill than on the Chris Army knife. Pretty sure the drill is going more often already. I get like PTSD if I see bees. Like I was seeing the bees and for a second not realizing that I have like a PvE fight and was like, oh no. Okay, I don't know actually whether that is offensive to use a medical term in a non-medical way, because obviously it's a serious condition if you really have it, and I don't have it, at least not for that. That's a lot of damage. And that's also a lot of scaling, so we'll have to see. Nah, we're not beating that. We're beating that. I was scared for no good reason there. But also like all the chocolate mattered. Like we had like 300 more health kind of than him. Don't like medium items. So let's take the gold and Fox event here. I mean, we had like 2 chocolate nodes, so I think it's okay now to go for our small items. I don't consider Black Spider something worth picking up. Nearly screwed up the positioning on the Firefly there. For a second, I was like, well, let's put the Firefly to the right. But, Pulse Rifle is disagreeing on that positioning. He's actually kinda strong now. He's pumping a little bit harder. Obviously, crypto for the money. This one as well. I want to roll this. I don't think I can. I mean, I can. Let's go. Nice. This looks like a typical Dooley board now for the ignition core. That's like my absolutely kinda like one of the absolute standards of standards. Um, and very, very happy about this being golden. Hello Blackbird, welcome, welcome. I'm doing fine. Thank you so much for asking. How about you? Um, yeah, all good. Oof. It was like half a second away. Oh, I wanted to look at the stats there, complain about the crits. Now we changed the board to actual like being really strong. The first thing that happens is that we're getting shredded. Ah, getting grenaded. From Bergen. Hello Raycast, welcome, welcome. Very happy to have you. I want to look where that is in a second. Let's go shopping instead of taking the 6 gold there. Ooh, Hayden upgrade, let's go. But also, like, to put into perspective, the A5 fight is often the fight where Dooley kind of struggles the most. And the reason is it's like one day before you upgrade the core and double your power level. So it's like a little bit weaker on that particular day. Like it's the last day of a silver core, basically. Best hero to play. And it's like really hard to say. I'm starting to be a little bit more and more convinced if you play it perfectly, it may be Mac. But I would say probably Pygmalion is easy and really, really strong. So I will go with Pygmalion, but you need to have the expansion. Or we're gonna go here. 8 gold. It's a big number to roll. Let's invest 8 gold. At least we got a upgrade on the drill there. We are so out of money. Pretty sure the business trip should have been done in Norway. Seems like a bigger area in Norway there, like a city. Man, pictures look beautiful. Blackbird, pictures look beautiful. Alrighty, we got screwed. Nice. Martinez, welcome, welcome. Hello, good morning. I mean, I don't know if it's morning for you, but like, welcome, welcome. I mean, the 24 crit will be on the Enchanted Core in no time, so let's put that there. That is a good morning, isn't it? A lot of Tortuga enjoyers, a lot of like close fights, unlike like you know, like rigged enjoyers. I don't know. Like I don't. I think like if there was, for example, not a rigged, like the fight would look differently, like significantly differently. Um, you know, like his skill bar was pretty like good, right? Like rush rigged, like a lot of like free haste from skills, and then a nice crit in the end there. And while we're not like skipped any mountain passes or XP, we're not leveling here. It seems like so. Just like one of these runs where even though I think like we're strong, we are having like a unfortunate like a little bit overly strong opponents. But if that is like shifting towards right because people figure out what to do, it makes it more and more obvious that Dooley may needs to be ignored on the hero pool. Anyway, let's not try to get like frustrated already on the first game here. This was like gold or diamond, I would consider this. But at silver, it's not enough scaling. I think we are winning this easily because we have heal on the core. Probably would have won that no matter what, but the heal on the core made this like as less scary as it gets. So I think the best things that we can find now is slow enchant for the metro and fiber optics in this position. And a few upgrades, obviously. Are we pumping enough for a district? We don't have enough slow or freezes to slow them down, and this is just a gold core. Pretty sure we just like die there and look like a absolute moron. I mean, I would like to beat it, don't get me wrong there, but I think we're having not the strength yet. Vision core is not a flamethrower build. Oof. Man, that was intense of a fight. I didn't know at different points of the stage whether I win or not. I have to be honest there. Property Baron, on the other hand, I think we're beating. I think we are fast enough with enough healing. Already, I was wrong. He did not have enough healing. Ah man, it's just a gold core, right? Oof. That is on me. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, we never wanted to level, so we can make this a diamond fiber optics, right? Wink, wink. Is healing enchant on the core now in general one of the strongest enchants to get? Yes, I think so. I mean, it depends obviously on the core and your setup, okay? But yes. Feels like I nearly got there. Was a close fight. Also, I want to point out the turtle already got nerfed. Let's repeat our mistake. So 20 crit on the core, or a little bit of defense on the shielding to get a, like a little bit of breathing room. It has to be 20 crit on the core. Why does metronome work better on the drill than on the core? I think I can like show you after the fight maybe if that is like a reasonable fight. Um, like one thing already to talk about is that you want to have obviously the yellow mantis here. I don't need necessarily the yellow mantis there, but I want to have the yellow mantis there. But I will talk about this in just a bit. Anyone want to know why we lost that? We would have been so much stronger otherwise. Anyway, there was not much slow going on. Um, to be fair, it was not like going crazy good, but generally speaking, your drill is gonna go faster than your core, and even here it was slightly faster. And I want to have like the self charge on the from the metro on the drill, so that's the reason, right? To be fair, you're not fully wrong there, because now if you put this here and then this here, it looks smoother, right? It looks smoother, like having this next to this, because it's a fire drill. And then we put the metro here. Actually, you have a very good point there. Yeah. I I I I I thought of your question as a general question, but it was a very specific question. It's a good point. Sir, you're having an absolutely good point there. Well, that was an atrocious game for the first. Seems like Tortuga took over the ladder, and Tortuga is still pretty strong. Um, yeah, nothing else to say there. So, overall, though, felt like a little bit unfortunate of a run. Yeah, I mean, that was a, man, I don't want to complain, but man, those opponents, a lot more rigged than Bonk. Do you mind sharing a little bit what's your plan B when you're on the court? No, I don't mind, like, at all. I regret buying this friend here. So, what's the plan? So the plan is you're going without the ignition core, right? You um take the core, and the main thing you need to have is like sort of scaling now, because the core itself does not have scaling. Okay, this can be firepower, but the best one of scaling is the skill called chatter. So firepower and chatter are both skills, um, and I think those are the main skills. What also helps you is if you have like a rocket launcher with like a lot of burn, because you have like one spark there and stuff. You use like your rocket launcher that you're like solely charged with the battery on the right, in the early game, and then the core, and then a lot of stuff that charges the core, and then you're pumping with the rocket launcher early, but then firepower and Shatter are the mid game and late game scaling. Um, and then what you're looking for is, after you have the scaling achieved, one of the payoff, like a powerful item. Um, so flamethrower is one of these items. That is helping you there quite a bit, because you can use a flamethrower that is getting charged from the core, as well as scaled from firepower or shatter. Alternatively, you just use the drill, um, and you have a lot of items that are like charging your skill drill, and then with like a little bit of freeze from shatter scaling, and very 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 fast procs because you have the core. um you you basically have like a very way faster drill than on your ignition core, and you scale the drill, so the drill is not an engine, it's also like the soul damage dealer. um Important here is you want to obviously CDR your core and your drill, but primarily your core. The core wants to go like at least around like 3 seconds. So you have to pump CDR, especially before you put the core to diamond. If you have like the craziest of crazy games, you are even able to put it below 2 seconds, but that's obviously high roll. I think that should cover a basic summary there. And Night Gamer, thank you so much for the 4 months of subscription. Thank you for your 4 months of support. Welcome, welcome, and happy to have you here. Well, I don't want to put this on the Firefly, right? Also, why not? It's a lot more damage. Sure. The board was a bit sketchy for late days. No disruption. Yeah, I know that the board was not like perfect there. Fair enough. But we lost like, we didn't get to 7 wins, so we lost like quite a bit in before already. I feel like there was a lot of you know, anyway, it is what it is. Let's go with the left hand over fiery. I don't know. I like fiery more. On day 2, I think the left hand is significantly better. Further down the line, the fiery is a lot better. Cannot stop me. I have a problem in our hand. We're not beating the warrior, so we're not leveling again. There is nothing I can do about that. We didn't get a rocket launcher, is basically the TLDR there. Tech with Arc Blaster and Damage Core, is it playable? I think so, yes, I've lost it. So it's playable. I have never played it myself. But you can even like put in a railgun there. Yeah, I have lost to this quite a bit. Is force field back with banana? I don't think the force field. So force field is only back when you have like a bunker and a high rarity defense grid. I think then the force field is actually pretty good. But even if I have like a gold defense grid start, I'm just running the force field only when I have a bunker, because otherwise you still risk losing too much. And on the money and on the loot, we are pretty good this game. So I can pick my poison at the moment here. What do I mean by pick my poison? I can take Quixel and I can try to get a better board and then maybe win my day 2 fight. Or I say we're never winning day 2 in most cases, like let's say 80% or whatever. And then we're taking our XP. Because if I don't take this XP here, we will also have a hard time leveling the next day, like on day 3. Again, a second time. So I think we have to just like take the L here and just like take the XP. Because Quixel also does not have guaranteed your rocket launcher or anything that helps you significantly here. That free region carrying, yeah. Region early on carry, especially if you have like a weak opponent, and fortunately our opponent there was like super weak. Now I would like to have like the extra shield here from whatever the item is called. But who would have guessed that? Ooh, it's high. I mean, okay. Like I was complaining about the last run, but this run, man, I got like 2 wins gifted to me. The first 2 days here, I got them gifted. I should have never won those. Okay, do we want to like the Uzi here or look for drills and rocket launchers? Man, I don't think middle has on average those items. The medium shop is pretty broad. Hello, Glowdown. Good morning. What do you like about Dooley the most? So, I think like I'm a lazy person. So what I like about Dooley on the one hand is the the part that I don't have to buy and sell and work on the physical part like with a mouse. Um I like this combo style and technically a little bit of flexibility on what to do and positioning, right? So just like the small detail that I don't know, Wojciech um said I should have in the last fight on the last game probably had the metronome and the firefly. No, yeah, no, not firefly, the mantis and the metronome. I should have changed that. And that, for example, is like something I like about Dooley. That's about positioning and figuring out where breakpoints are and what to do. Like for me, Dooley is like also super easy and intuitive since I've played him like so much. But the part where I watch other players play Dooley, right? And I think they are often going down in the wrong rabbit holes, like way too easy. So yeah, I don't know. I think Dooley is like sort of still like complex. So yeah, I like Dooley quite a bit. Good morning. Do you have the answer how long it can stick to Dooley? I mean, I have not yet, no. Honestly, I don't have yet. And good morning, Shiki Vara. Good morning. Toka is amazing. Give me stuff. I mean, that is stuff, but it's just an upgrade. So I buy this very reluctantly. Not make me buy that. Rather buy this one. Are we pumping fast enough? Enough burn? Yes, we do. I mean, I know that the black spider is not good. The question was whether I'm willing to um take it anyway, right? Like look at my board. Like anything that is particular, like doing stuff is helpful here, kinda. We take a temporary charcoal. No, I mean that's like 2 gold just as a backup. Sure. What bugs are the best? Probably the firefly and the mantis. I mean, not probably those two. Time to use the feather or want to greet further? Want to technically wait, but practically it's time. I wanted to, like, obviously greet for the coolant, so it's closer to 2 charges on the fiber optics and also like CDR on the drill, especially now, is like super important. We could have put him on the other side, you're correct. Like the charcoal here on the right side would have been actually reasonable. It's not charging really the core. Yeah, Good one. Good catch. I have not bought chocolate here this game, right? Which is like crazy to me because I would have bought chocolate if I see it. Pretty sure I'm not skipping chocolate just like without any reasons. Oh, that is also griefing me, right? Hmm. Playing this well. This is like a game that I kinda played not well. I have to be honest. I don't know. Like this was not a good game. Nope, nope. So yes, the items, like I think the plasma grenade got just the upgrade from the um chest, right? Like if you have like items from chest, they get like these special effects. And then you're like sometimes confused because you think you're having like enchanted items. It's like glowing. Like for example, the fiber optics are glowing as if they were like shiny. Like it's super hard for me, or was super hard in the beginning for me to differentiate that fiber optics are not shiny or shiny. I wish there was an option to turn them off. Yes, I agree. Like I would turn this off, right? Like I'm on the same page there. Like I do like that we have like these sports and stuff, right? Don't get me wrong there. I'm happy about cosmetics, but seeing whether like items are enchanted or not is sometimes really hard with the new cosmetics of items themselves. So yeah, for example, DJ Robot is also like super hard to see whether he is like I think a radiant or not. I think it looks like kind of the same-ish if I remember correctly. I once had a radiant DJ Robot and I didn't realize because it came from a like last patch. Because it came from dig site. So, would we want to play DJ Robot here, or run it, or take it, or whatever? And you cannot make me. Hello, Telvi. Good morning. Stille Beobachter. Imagine an option icon on the card denoting the current enchantment. Something like a mana symbol in MTG. Yeah, yeah, something like that. I don't know. I think like at least something needs to improve there. Like I feel like it could be also just fine to have a toggle to disable it, right? I fought your ghost yesterday again. Well, was it a good ghost or a bad ghost? Like, or were you like super high rolling? So we do need the like someone asked nanobot over Chris, right? But we do need the Chris. And the reason why we need the Chris is because the soldering gun otherwise has no tool. I don't think enchanting the Chris here is though the play. I mean the icicle is pretty good in the long run, but this is not starting. It's not getting started by the icicle. We're also again not leveling this run um in the appropriately manner. Ooh. Monster skills, man. Those make me happy. I mean, we're, burning a little bit, and then we're scaling damage. But is it enough? And I can get better. I was so right. That is a decision for sure, sir. So he has the one of the best skills, and he does not have a burn item on the board. On the other hand, a 1 second carpet with lifesteal is a little bit too much to beat here. That is critting. Well, we're not fast enough. Falling off here. I can already smell it. We may get one-shotted here. I don't know if we are on the race fast enough. I mean, we should. Sure. Could put that in. Mainframe. You can think about this, sure. So, can you use a friend? Chart the core for 1 second and haste the large item. So we don't have a large item, we don't have a Dualtron. So basically, we having 2 slots. Let's say like these two. Um, maybe this, but then we're starting less. Like, no, on this. Okay, maybe like this. Okay, maybe like this. That's also not. So this. Okay, we figured out. We figured out. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4 more charges from this. On this. From this. Like we're getting 4 more charges from this. And we're losing these 4 charges. And we have less actives, which means we're having. We are more susceptible to freeze and slow. Are these going that fast? Oh no. I don't think it makes much of a difference, honestly. I cannot see that at the moment. I mean, I'm holding on to it because, I mean, in hindsight, I might have wanted to look for the Dualtron then, because the Diamond Dualtron here becomes like interesting, right? Or maybe I should have went to Pole for that reason. Because the Diamond Dualtron here is actually with what we're having interesting. checking if... Nah, we're not. Nothing to say there. Nope. 11 wins it is, huh? It's upgrade. What's a game plan here? How do we get to 10 wins? Dualtron, mainframe. Now we go with a Dualtron and maybe, high roll something. I was considering whether I want to have the Uzi on the board, or a Nitro. Nitro has like the upside that we're charging quite significantly more on my Black Spider here. But the Uzi means we're starting like 2 seconds earlier with all the haste. And I feel like the start on the on the Uzi is a lot more important to us. Man, that was a fast race. We're sticking with the Black Spider. Or we want to take the freezes. Let's take the freezes. I need more coffee. After this run, I will have to make myself a new coffee. Oh. I should have not, and I want to point that out. I should have not sold that use your core thing there. Um, because this is now a core. Oswald wasn't that bad. Maybe we're not charging fast enough. I mean, that's also not true, isn't it? I think the Uzi is non-discussable because of the two skills, rigged and quick ignition. Why no Aiden? Because I get more activations from the Nitro, like it's two activations from the Nitro versus one. I have one more target for this haste, and I charge this one more. Like, the Uzi is like, look at this fight, like, it's a little bit laggy here, but I'm pretty sure this fight could have gone, like, horribly wrong if there was not the Uzi and the really early rigged stuff that is like charging my Dualtron, so in between we're hitting there. Is Aiden better than Spider? No. Why do you think so? Like, oh, Aiden is more activations due to mainframe. Okay, fair enough. I can convince myself that Aiden needs to be on the board. Fair enough. But can I? Sure. I can convince myself for that. Fair enough. Wait, can I convince myself? Oof. No, not really. Nope, nope. I like this one more. I have to give it to you guys. Is this beating this guy? I think so, right? Health is not that big yet. Let's go for the high roll. Bring numbers, my guy. Wait. So here's the thing, right? So we have what's the discussion? So the one discussion we had is the Uzi, okay? So I already said the Uzi is the one that is starting me early. No discussion on the Uzi, okay? That's one. So let's talk about the spider. The spider is giving me, instead of 1, 2 charges on the red firefly in opposing to 1, and it's giving me 2 charges to the Dualtron, where the Aiden is giving me only 1, but it's 50% faster. Then I get, though, for the 50% faster, the Dualtron. So I think Aiden and Spider may be like equalish, but then I prefer the 6-second pop-off instead of the 8 seconds equalizer, as well as I get slow and I don't have slow yet on my opponent, whereas haste is like not looking like an issue. Okay? So that's the second item we had to discuss. Third item that is in the discussion is this Nitro. Okay? So if I have this Nitro here over an Aiden, okay? The Aiden gives me 1 more charge here, right? But the Nitro is giving me 2 charges from the burn. So Aiden and Nitro are equalizing in charges themselves, right? 2 from here to this versus 1 from the burn to haste, 1, like 1 for hasting, 1 for the mainframe here, 2 for burn. So that's equal. Like, it's literally equal. But I do get 2 charges on the Mantis from the Nitro that I otherwise don't have. Which means I do have an upside here. Then again, someone tell me maybe that the haste is more important, but the fight is over anyway. So I prefer here again the 4 seconds charge this, pop off this. And then I get like also like 50% basically of the, like maybe 50%, but 1.5 seconds of haste from this and more haste procs, because this is like multicasting, so this like 3 charges. So I get even like more charges than in total from the Nitro. So I'm still very convinced that I don't see a flaw there, but feel free to point it out. Hey, morning, Phoenix. I will engage in a bit, right? I rambled here a little bit. Want to go through the motions here a little bit, but I will engage. All right, let's check what other people say. If you had the remote, would you still play it? I would consider it. I would have to think about it, but it was like hastily to sell it. Oh, so we're having this, and then we're cutting Firefly, and we're getting 1, 2, 3 charges from the mainframe. 4 charges, actually. So, fair enough. Fair enough. That's a good one. Wasn't trying out to point flaws, was asking to learn. No, it's fine. Alrighty. No, it's all good. I didn't want to be too destructive here. And yeah, I agree with your thought there, Phoenix. I think using Aiden mainframe, red, yellow, Nitro Dualtron seems a little bit better. at least for now. Yeah, I can see it. I was considering also the whatever, get a diamond small item there, but it can be an Uzi, and I only need one Uzi, right? Oh no, oh no. And on the other hand, we're starting like a lot faster than him, right? So Uzi won us this, I can tell you. I mean the skills as well, but the Uzi mainly. Alrighty, that was a nice finish. And I like that we pivoted into Dualtron there, because I think we would have lost without the Dualtron for sure. Like without Dualtron, mainframe Dualtron there, I think we would have lost. Alrighty, I will start the new run, so my intentions of continuing are clear, but we are gonna take here a small break. And I will be back in 2 to 3 minutes. I will have to start making myself a new coffee for the morning. What did you buy there? It seems to be a bank cosmetic for 3,000 gems. Yeah, anyway, be right back. Alrighty, I am slowly being back. Um, and yeah, thank you so much for staying around. Let's continue the run. I have to do like get my coffee in a little bit, as well as answer some private messages in the chat. Anyway, this is not a good start, is it? I really don't know what to do. Is it 30 crit just for the early game now? And say that it's like a little bit of extra damage. 6 poison for, I don't know, very sometimes a chem snail. It's never 15 crit on shield items. Right? Let's go with the stats, man. Anyway. Weapons are still too good here. So I'm gonna roll and buy a friend and a rocket launcher. Thank you, streamer client, for working. And more burn. Okay. Let me catch up with the chat first. Mac is broken. Yeah, Mac is pretty strong. And hello, Vampire Dooley. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Also, yeah. Dooley today, he's still cracked. You know, I don't know if he's like cracked. Like, I do think Dooley is only like viable because the ghost pool is. Oh, I misclicked. I was not focused. I wanted to take my obviously my loot there. Well, is 3 region. Anyway, so I think like the only reason Dooley is viable is because, or like at least halfway playable, is because the ladder is like a little bit easier than the max power level of possibilities. Anyway, and hello Martin, welcome. Thank you so much. And yeah, enjoy your grind as well, Vampire Dooley. Do always start with skill. On Dooley, yes. On Dooley for sure. One says he's halfway playable and the other says he's cracked. What do we believe? I mean, I don't think Dooley is cracked. No. I'm not willing to acknowledge that. Genlong, thank you so much for the raid. I want to roll here. We are not beating the Boreal, right? 6 burn is like 3-4 burn, not enough, right? Aiden. Aiden and Camsnail are the ones that would like. Okay, I need to think a bit about Camsnail here. So I need to consider a breakpoint. So let's say we're finding a Camsnail, okay? Camsnail is, and I'm not fully aware what the points on the Camsnail are. So Camsnail is a 6-second item. So we're poisoning for 10. And then we're having like, let's say around 9 seconds, okay? 6 seconds. No, yeah, 7 to 9 seconds. So that's like 70 damage. That's nothing for a Boreal, right? So we want to roll then? No. So we've figured out we can't beat this. So let's go with the Mosquito. Oh yeah, I wanted to. This time I don't want to misclick again. Hmm. Do you think we're beating this? I'll be right back. I have to get my coffee. Alrighty. I am back. Thank you so much for staying around. I hope we won this. Pretty sure we do, right? Oh, perfect. Now we're leveling. Life is good. So there was this discussion very shortly ago about whether Dooley is correct or not. Okay, ooh, that's not good. So we didn't lose an item here. Um, and there's like something I want to share. There's this post that from Tempo that Dooley has like really good win rates, especially in comparison to the other heroes. And I do think, while that may be true, it's not necessarily saying that Dooley is overly strong, because it only means that Dooley players win a little bit more on average than, let's say, the average Vanessa player. And while I do strictly believe that, this can have like other reasons than Dooley is stronger than Vanessa. So this can have the reason that Dooley players are, for example, very special type of players, whereas Vanessa's players are also a special type of players. Particularly, for example, that those people who stick with Dooley are maybe just like really like in comparison to the average, just better players. And Vanessa players, on the other hand, are known to be like the new ones because it's a starting hero. So yeah. Anyway, Blackbird, thank you so much for the resubscription. Thank you for your support. Happy to have you here. Thank you so much. Mm, and yes, like kinda I screw the statistic like myself, probably, right? Like I'm playing Dooley more than anyone else, so I don't know. Probably it's not screwing the statistics, honestly, because a little bit more than one or two players there, but kinda is like not like too far off the mark. Anyway, so much for that discussion. Good start here. Now, I mean the skill didn't do anything for us, but yeah. And was there something else? I don't think so. Okay. Alrighty. Chocolate. We have to go for the chocolate, don't we? Tent? Sure. And let's go shopping. Ooh, let's buy a drill for sure. Not necessarily because I think we want to run it, but we want to buy it shortly. Maybe we could run it here, honestly. The plasma grenade making it a little bit more appealing. I could also buy a pulse rifle if we really want to here for a day. Yeah, the pulse rifle is just like better, right? It's just like make max tempo here. It fits perfectly. Is Lizard an item? Yes, it is an item. But is it a good item is the question, right? And I think if you're a companion core enjoyer and a DJ robot enjoyer, it may actually be an item that you want to run. But I'm neither. So for that reason, um, I'm not sure if it's an item. Better core in your opinion? I think like the consistent one is the ignition core. The high roll one, if you get like the right items in the right time, as well as skills like shatter and a lot of freeze items, I would argue that probably you can do maybe better on the core. So they are like both are pretty good. Like I had like amazing core games yesterday, like the core. So I'm like a little bit more in the convinced that that is actually like real and good. But it is very specific on finding fast enough the right items. And the issue with the core is um that you're not having any sort of self scaling. So let's say you're having like a lot of burn on a rocket launcher that can help you, for example, to have like sort of scaling, because the scaling is like not existing on the core and you're falling off way too hard if you're not finding fast enough sort of scaling there. That's the reason why I prefer sticking on the ignition core, because you know it's like less able to break. It's not like easy, at least, that you're like completely low rolling, whereas on the core, if you low roll, you're sitting there and you're taking it even like harder. Don't worry, Bot I enjoyed the wall of text there. It's a good point. I have never thought about it. Um, Honestly, it's interesting. I feel like what people like miss here, like I mean, it's a little bit screw me. Got screwed by an isocoric freeze by a coolant there. I think like one point here, I want to point very shortly out. I'm like a dick for like I come off are arrogant for pointing that out. But here's something people like often don't see. We don't have like any sort of like matchmaking skill based, okay? So the ghost pool is like literally everyone. If that is the case, depending on how we want to have like this game developed and what the future of this game look like, right? But technically speaking, if the best players are facing just the average, shouldn't the best players win quite a bit and quite a bit more? And for all I care, let's make it about like Rarish and Phoenix and not myself. Like I don't want to look like an arrogant prick, but I feel like a game where skill matters and decision matters, and we're not playing coin flipping. The best players should very consistently win because they in this particular game how it is designed we're not facing each other as in opposing to, let's say, Hearthstone and Battlegrounds or whatever. We're facing the average. And if I like take Battlegrounds and I face like I smurf around, man, life is easy. I mean, if I had to learn Battlegrounds again, I haven't played it in ever. Anyway, that is like something to consider also about like win rates of best players and strength and stuff. I often feel like people don't see that like high enough as a point. Anyway, let's go. Ulan screwed us over the last fight here. Let's go with the chocolate. Sure. Yeah, we are also like quite weak here, honestly. This was way closer than it should be normally. Okay, Dig or Goldie. I think like Goldie gives me more room to actually improve my board here fast. How do we feel about an Aegis? It's not it. Stick with the DJ robot here. Like, we are. A robot is like, it's not fitting. Like, no, it's a bait. It's a bait. I know it. I shouldn't go there. I should not go there. Frame again for the future. That's like too far away. And this is like a game that's not playing itself for sure. Why is it a bait? So like, do we talk about only the nanobot or also the robot itself? And the thing is, like, let's take about the DJ robot itself, right? Like, to actually be like really impactful, you would have to have a bunch of friends. Okay? I think it's pretty straightforward, obvious, right? And the thing there is, are we winning? Ah, I'm sad, right? Like 16 health there. Ah, man. All right, all right. Anyway, um, so to have like a good DJ robot, you have to have a bunch of friends, and that is not fitting with what we're having. Okay, it's already scuffed if you have like a core on the board, I would say. But fair enough, right? If the rest is friends, it's probably still strong. But here, like, I would not have had more friends, right? That's the one issue. The second issue, I'm still thinking that for now the rocket launcher is kind of good. And if I put like just like a DJ robot and a nanobot here, I think we are not improving our board at all. We're like probably even weaker. Also, losing here again, like so like close is, yeah, not enjoyable. Let's say it that way. Four in the middle is a bit weird. I know that it is a little bit weird, sir, but what to do in this position otherwise? If you have better, you know, we're gonna replace the board after the fight. This fight we're winning anyway, but for the PvP fight we're replacing quite a bit here. This is not a permanent board at all. Alrighty, this is a board. It feels great to lose by 21 health, I can tell you. So this is like a long-term situation. This is short-term, right? Let's go with a short. Also, I want to point something out, very slightly. If this was like a useful skill, like extra 6 burn, 3 burn, something, something, all the fights that we lost by 20 HP on our opponent, we would not have lost, not even remotely. Anyway, is robotics factory still a thing? Um, I do think so, but it's like super rare that you run it, right? That's the summary there. And the reason is it's diamond, which means it's showing up late and it's not consistently showing up, and it's like kind of expensive. So you would have to have like just like 50 gold lying around. Thoughts on force field? I mean, sometimes you play it, but often not. It's more like if you have a bunker and uh golden or higher rarity defense grid situation there. This is quite funny. Also, we froze that Arbalest so it can one-shot us. We were like very, very heads up there. I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know what to say anymore. It's not sparking joy this morning, is it? We're playing hard mode. We're definitely playing hard mode this morning so far. You cannot tell me that we're not playing hard mode here. Yes, like not only half Dooley items are like not clickable, I would say it's even more, but yes. You're having a great point there. A lot of gold for a burn. But, well, yeah, Mac may be the strongest. And I don't want to sound like a jerk, but probably the data of tempo is not showing that. Um, because the data of tempo is probably showing that Mac is not as strong because I feel like Mac may be hard to play. So like yeah. I wanted crit on my drill. I really wanted the crit on my drill. And what am I eating? It's like sort of a Käselaugenstange. It's basically, in English, it's sort of a pretzel with cheese in a different form. That was a close fight. Hello, Viserion. Good morning. I think liquid cooled is better than upping the core. I know it's a greedy line though. Never punished. That was an atrocious run. And no damage or burn on the starting skills. Also feels good. Let's see. So if we can make something out of this. Yes, skill is for sure the best on Dooley. So do we want to look for an Aiden? I'll take the gold. I want to look for an Aiden. Seems to be the drill that we decided to stick on. All we need is a crit on the drill and then everything is fine. I have no idea if we're beating a Borea here. So we are having around 15 seconds, 14.5 to be exact, to kill him. 14.5. We're getting 5 charges from the plasma grenade, which means the first like one hit is after 5 seconds, and then we're getting 6 charges from the rocket launcher in total, which means 3 more seconds. So we're getting 2 drill hits. So we're having like 400 and then the burn. Yeah, we're winning. I think we're winning even if we don't crit. Like maybe I do something wrong here. I should have maybe double checked if I was really You know, correct, but I think we're getting there. But I think we would have won there, even if there was no crit at all. I calculated without crits. I love it. I love it. No XP note. Hello, Tobias. Welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here. And hello, handyman artist. Welcome, welcome. How are you guys? I'm fixing some server stuff and lurking in the stream. Very happy, very happy. And doing well, thanks. How it's going? It's going okay. I think we have had a few tough games this morning, and let's see whether that is like just variance or if just like the ghost pool gets better and Dooley is falling further and further off the cliff. We'll see. I will play for a few more runs, Dooley, and then well, maybe tonight or something off stream I learn a little bit Mac and watch some other players do Mac games. I think like Mac is for sure like if I had to guess at the moment the highest skill ceiling hero from what I heard. So it will be take some time to learn for me. Um, yeah, maybe it's time to learn Mac in the evening if I'm not too exhausted. Well, maybe I'm too exhausted. I have like some social things to attend later in the late afternoon, early evening. So maybe I'm just too exhausted later on, and I don't want to do this today. But I should definitely learn Mac and enjoy a little bit Mac. Like it's not only that it's about learning it; it's also like something enjoyable. Alrighty, I think like we're sticking with the two Uzis a little bit longer since we have noisy cricket. Otherwise, I would have probably considered cutting a little bit the Uzis here. How do we feel about Goldie versus a random skill? Oh man, Goldie has so much hero potential. And then, this skill would have been plus 6 gold and this skill. I like Dooley, but most games are identical in terms of items, so I rarely play him. I mean, one of the issues that there are is that Dooley has just like very few items that are viable. Um, on the other hand, like generally speaking, I don't mind having um like repeating stuff. Okay, like I don't bother in general playing like the same build for 10 hours a day for a long time. How many Uzis are too many Uzis? The game asked. And I think 3 Uzis is one too many. 11 Uzis are too many, yeah. I think 11 Uzis have a hard time fitting on the board, don't they? Want to try to get an upgrade on the drill. Expensive fish. Nah, I don't want to. I will find it later. I have been enjoying the plasma grenade lately again, like the last 2 3 days. I Had quite a bit of success with it and enjoyed how it feels. That's why you see a lot more plasma grenades on my board. Like, it's not like an item that I would play over a metronome, don't get me wrong there. But, you don't have better options. And so far, a single Yellow Mantis on the left of the core, it doesn't seem to be better for me. Playing the same items also means that it's harder to hit. I mean, that is only partly true, right? Remember the bug matter? Uh, it was really easy to hit the bugs, but it was a different reason. It's because they started on bronze and blah blah blah. But yes, it is also a sort of a problem on the finding items in general because you have like less items that you can hit. Nice, that's a good skill. Don't mind. Oh, we did gain income, Koshenya. Uh, we had only 4. I took once the. Can we get there? Yes. I took once the event where I got instant gold versus 1 income, so it wasn't bugged. Yeah. Is it ever anything other than fiery core? I think like the core is quite nice to play, and it's quite strong, but I prefer the lower variants of the ignition core. I never used it and never seen people use it. I think it was a situation where I had in the middle something like gumballs or something where I don't want to go early on. On the left, I had a shop that I know that has nothing for me, like something where like probably I didn't have money. I think I didn't have money. It was a courier, early on, and then you know it's like still like it's not like it's better than nothing. It's not like good enough, but it's better than nothing. Peter, thank you so much for the raid, man. I'm very happy you have so many viewers there, sir. Uh, uh, very very surprised, but like positive surprised. And welcome everyone. So shout out to Keter. Keter has been around in my stream a long time, and yeah, also great Dooley player. I enjoyed that stream quite a bit. And shout out. So check out Kita in case you're looking for a Dooley uh, player. And welcome everyone from the stream. I'm Max, aka Snazer, and welcome everyone. All right, now we have like the full package here. And the question is, what gets replaced? Probably this one, right? Probably we're playing Rite of Core now, since it's a fiery core. Yeah, do think so. Got rated earlier. Very happy to hear. Who rated you, if you may ask? And welcome. How are you, and how have your games been, Kita? This run, in opposing to the 2 runs we had, which were like horrible, is like kinda, free cruising as it gets. Tried money start today, skill start yesterday, because my enchant start is so bad now. I mean, seems reasonable. I mean, we get like tapped once by him, like we get one-shotted. On the other hand though, we slow him, we freeze him, slow him more, and that's a double tempo core. I wonder how anyone would pick anything else than econ start to PH. It opens up most possibilities while avoiding narrowing strategy space from beginning. I mean, I would agree on probably Mac and Pygmalion. I may agree on Vanessa because you still have a lot of strong items. I do disagree though on Dooley. And the reason is not because I wouldn't like a world where that is not needed, okay? Like I want to be very clear there, right? I would love a world where that is not needed to go for gold skills. But I do think Dooley is just like straight up too weak without the gold skills. He has like less chances to beat the warrior. He's like falling short. Sure, it opens up a little bit the issue of variance there. Like, don't get me wrong. But I think we're living in a world where Dooley only gets away when we are living in a playing a high roll odds. Like, if we're playing average, I think Dooley is just not strong enough. Like, that's the reason why you have to go for the high roll lines. So, core. Yeah, it has to be the core here. Was considering the coolant for a second. We don't have enough money to roll and buy, so we might as well not roll then. Thank you so much, Kita, and enjoy whatever you have to do. Did they revert proboscis? Yes. Hmm. Just inventory issue there. And I want to run the isocoric freeze against Vanessa's at this stage, because sometimes, they have just like a few one weapon builds there. And I do think like this may help us more than the plasma grenade at this stage. See, this is what I had in mind. The isocoric freezer here is basically the such a clutch. Trip was right all along. Isocoric freezer just kills Vanessa on its own. Dooley is so OP now. Think we should nerf Dooley more. Just realized we had a perfect run here. Well, that is like something good, right? Finally, something happening again. Win. Nice. I want to make myself another coffee in a bit. Yeah, I mean I can do it on the side though. I don't need to make a real break. The moment my gem count is going down, but that is just because I spent so many gems in the shop. I'm wondering, like, I wonder how many, like, do we know how many items are in the new, like, added to the shop Like we should probably be able to know because obviously there are too many people to not know. But I was wondering like how many days I will have to buy out the shop. I also consider buying a second Pygmalion skin here because it is like for me it's one of the very unique skins. Like it's a very early skin that was like really hyped since like before the game even released, right? I think it's one of the it's a very iconic skin, and it will be an iconic skin for the rest of um the game if the game has a future. So having a second or third one to sell at some point, maybe if the game actually grows, maybe something worthwhile. So I'm considering just like investing one of my gems that I don't use anyway. Alrighty. Normally I go for Pyro here, but I have an incentive to go for the Fang in case I miss on the pulse rifle or Uzi or whatever. So be right back. Start cleaning and making coffee. Alrighty. Halfway done on making the coffee. Well, that was not why I came, but it is what we ended on. Let's look for rocket launchers and pulse rifles. Okay, rocket launcher, but the pulse rifle. Don't need to reroll then. Definitely weapons. We just roll for a friend and an Uzi. And probably also this looks good and fine. Be right back. Alrighty. Coffee is running through. Thank you so much for um, your patience. Streamer had to start making himself another coffee. He only had 12 espressi so far for the day, and he wants to put the count up to 18. I tend or burn. Has to be the right hand here. Let's think about damage numbers for the warrior. So we're screwed on the warrior, are we? 50, 300. We were not screwed if we find CDR on the courier, right? That is when we're not screwed. Because then we are getting like the hits in. So we're dying at 14 seconds. So we're not getting in the multicast of the rocket launcher. If we find CDR, we're getting in the hits of the rocket launcher. And if we're finding getting the hits on the rocket launcher in, this is 180, and this is like raw damage around 300, and then we're having the drill and the burn, and we're getting probably over the line. So the reason is we go here and we try our best to find CDR. Well, we were like genius. In this way, we should win. I'm quite confident. You play into force field with defense grid or the usual? I think like for me, like so far, I have been, if I had like a defense grid, for me the indicator was more the bunker. So I may hold on to a force field, but I'm not like actually chasing a force field. But when I see a bunker, then I will try to buy the bunker, and then I will chase the force field, and then I play force field, bunker, defense grid, and so on. That though we're not beating. Like we did math and stuff and how strong we are. This is at least 100 health too less for us. Like we are having 100 health too few here. Like we're not doing that damage. Like unless we're critting twice on everything. Oh, 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 oh. You can see like if we had like one rocket launcher hit, sure, but that's like at least 100 health, which is like sad because that was our XP node we tried to hit. Well, hello Venus, welcome. How's it going? Pretty fine, pretty good. I mean, Dooley is not like particularly strong at the moment, so we're struggling a little bit on that part. But other than that, yeah, pretty good. How about you? Welcome. Ooh, interesting. What may be the indicator for us not seeing an ignition core? Probably the weapon skills, right? I will get my coffee. Be right back. Alrighty. Um, Thank you guys for your patience. I now have my coffee ready, so all good. Let's go B1B2. Who wants to upgrade here? Probably the rocket launcher, right? Another Uzi, so we're not losing on day 3 of the PvP fight. We need maybe the extra ammo there. We should now be able to beat that guy, right? But to be fair, we didn't get like much health. We are like a little bit squishy here. We're not stacking like a lot of burn. So we are relying on the damage. Let's not risk it. I think the Street Gamer is also fine because this skill with a change of heal became broken. And hello, Manimals, welcome, welcome. I will answer in a bit. Let me just go a little bit through motions here. That's 5 crit on all my items, basically. Sure. We already have left and right hand. Let's try to find a little bit of stuff. Sure. Rolling is... I don't wanna roll. Oh, playing a pickle. Item to the left, okay. So what's my about the current meta situation? I do think Dooley gets away because people are still figuring out the meta and not playing optimally. But the further down I think we go this patch, the further down, like the time wise, the worse Dooley gets, because I do think Dooley is quite the weakest character in total. So yeah, loving it. 19 health. Anyway, don't get tilted. How do you decide what to put left and what to put right on the core? A little bit intuition, but the rule here for like, let's make it a practical, right? So I want the Uzi to charge the core because the Uzi more profiting like on the left side than the right side. Okay, Uzi generally will never be on the right side of the core, even if you have a weaponized core, because you want to like have an Uzi primarily to charge the core. The drill it's is also profiting for the other like reason, not too much. Like it's like profiting more from other items hasting and burning. So the drill is also always left of the core, and then the other items are right of core because they are profiting a little bit more from the charges of the core itself by like I want to have like these package on the other side because they are like if they go off more I charge more the drill and then the drill charges this more. It's not like looping at all, but it's like like more benefits if it's positioned like this, I feel like. So that's the summary there on the positioning. And later on there will be probably like in the long run there will be at some point only the drill in this situation probably left of the core and a lot of better items right of core. Well, that's a long way. It's close. I mean, you want to have the core quite lefty. The core these days has to be quite lefty positioned, like on the left side ish. Well, Goldie is also not giving me high rolls today. Yeah, but even if I didn't have the drill, I think the positioning would not look much different here. You still like probably if I didn't have the drill, there may even be more items on the right side and not on the left side. I should keep in mind that I have it because that enables atomic clock with the Uzi. So like a golden atomic clock now becomes a lot more interesting. Do you think we're losing this, aren't we? That's like already too much reach. Yeah, 200 region day 5 balanced. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. This is how I feel about it as well. Hello, the Goose Father. Welcome, welcome. How's the Dooley pick doing me so far? I mean, it's mixed. I have like I had a few good solid-ish games, but then on the other hand, I struggle quite a bit. Um because I do think the other heroes are a lot better now. So it's not treating me too well. Like I'm losing way too much for my enjoyment. What feels the worst to go up? Like feeling wise, I mean, I don't know. The Tortuga is like sometimes slapping really hard, and you're getting like frustrated. Like once, I think the first run of the day was like a lot of Tortugas. Um, but then on the other hand, like feeling wise, Mac is also not sparking joy. Like facing Max and getting like a million region and just knowing you're dying there. Maybe strength to just like survive here. It's also pretty good early. And I don't know what to do. Okay, both of these skills. So this is like a desperate play, right? Because this is falling off as well. We don't have free poison anyway. This is like a lot of like haste early on. And we do have a hotspot, depending on how we want to put it, but we do have the hotspot. Let's go with this. I think this is in the long run the right decision. I mean, The rocket launcher on the right there is not doing a lot at the moment as well. I think this is like screwed run already. Like while the core can pop off, we just like don't have the stuff to pop off, right? That's a summary there. It's close. There was like not as much slow. We could have gotten there, but then the seaweed just outscaled us. Yeah. Playing Dooley is not sparking joy at the moment. It's just not. I'm not playing Vanessa. If I want to play something else, I may learn um, the the Mac at the moment. I think like Mac could be fun and something as a learning experience. Did you play Dooley to Legend? Yes, I did. I mean, oh man, I want to concede here. Mhm. Really want to. To be fair, like the first day was a little bit easier because people had less idea what to do. Okay, so like on the first day, the like the benefit of Dooley was it was like basically unchanged for me. Okay, the playstyle didn't change at all, whereas um all the other heroes got like stuff to figure out. So I had like this huge upside there that I could just steamroll everyone because I already knew what was the strongest, right? Do you know any good Mac streams to watch? I heard Ragnar Regis was playing a little bit of Mac earlier, like a couple days ago. So you could go and look at his um VOD. And there is Metal Phoenix, who has been, I know for a fact, playing quite a bit of um Mac as well. So I would like probably look at the VODs of those two people. Um, but other than that, I don't know. No, sorry, I can't help you there further. So the only way we're getting away here at some point is if we're finding a lot of freeze and we're freezing opponents. And then also we need fine scaling. So shatter and the freeze items. It's basically the only thing we're helping us here. That's not a lot of, sparking joy. And Water Coolest is technically also a very, very good um, Mac player, but he's not streaming, so you can just like be in the chat and helping people that way. Maybe I should have went for Dualtron there. On the large items. Alrighty, let's just like hope we're dying here and get out of our misery. Never want to pick the core again. You ran out of ammo. Still the worst character in the game. I think so. We can't go for Dooley skills. We need to find Shatter. I mean, Liquid Cooled is amazing, right? Diamond Liquid Cooled is amazing. But it's still not helping with the core issue that we don't have scaling, so I can't justify taking it. I can't. Just there's no justification for it. On the other hand, we also don't have any sort of freeze yet. Money is a little bit of an issue here. Not rolling. I don't think the blue beetle at at silver here is anything worth considering. Okay, that is scaling. Ah, man. It's not it. Er, Feel like here we're winning the fight, we're getting juggler, and then we're playing a diamond dualtron that we somehow afford. Yo, hello Tulkas. Welcome, welcome. Let's go. One more win. Let's go. All I ask for. Can you explain why this is next to shot glasses instead of the clock? Yes. Two reasons. One, we have jury rigger, which means if I put this in between here, we get one more ammo on the atomic clock, but we are not charging this anymore. And secondly, like we may not run out of ammo, fair enough, but we can. So we're just having like at least here, like not like that much less. But the main reason is that we want to have the burn effect on the drill. To be fair, you're making like probably the point that this way this runs out 1 second later, and maybe this is proccering then a little bit faster the drill on the start. I don't know. I don't know. Probably that's like so probably your argument would be we're starting faster on the drill, right? And we never run out of ammo on the shot glass because that is like 16 seconds into the fight. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. You want to put them here? Well, fair. That one I can see. I can see that. I can see that. Saying we don't care about the shot glasses that much. And this way we're having a little bit faster starts on the Uzi. On the atomic clock. We have one more on the clock as well. Maybe. Maybe like this. Someone wins. Somehow this works. How scared am I of a property baron? I'm a little bit scared. Let's see how strong we are. Okay, we are popping now. We are popping, sir. I want to run this, right? I really want to run this. So the question is, what's out? If I had to guess, I want to have the incendiary rounds out, even though I don't like it. But I do think it has to be the case. I know I lose quite a bit, but we're gaining so much. Do we smell 10 wins? I mean, if you smell the 10 wins, you're getting like instantly disappointed because the game decides, well, not today, not today. Oh, what to upgrade? Atomic clock, fiber optics, something, something. I don't think it's like it's not the fiber optics, right? It's either the coolant or the clock, and if I had to guess, it's a clock here. If these are diamond, sure, we're starting replacing. But for now, I think so. I mean, if the cooldown is through the roof and we're getting one-shotted anyway, uh, nerf drum. I mean, nerf Dooley. Nerf freeze. Nerf something. Nerf it all. Yes. I was wondering where to go here. This can give us like defense grid and defense lines. Probably sort of like a freeze or something hasty or stuff. More freeze. Or we go with slow. What's there on slow? Also shield scaling. Yeah, I think like Fortress is making me the happiest here. This one. This makes me happy. Was thinking whether it is correct to switch the position to this. Because then we're having this and this proc like faster. I think it is correct. And we don't care about the like scaling. Like Shatter is scaling anyway a lot more than the sharp corners would. Oh man. It has to be, right? It has to be. It has to end like this, right? Ah, man, I'm gonna take a 2 minute, like a 1 minute break. Watch us fight again. Enjoy the fight, guys. Enjoy it. The suspension is real. Oh man, we were so close on coming back on this game, right? And then this has to be our end opponent. By the way, let's assume we don't have like a million atomic clock, right? Um, he crit once on the fiery lemonade stand, and then this thing has multicast. That is how he got so much region. But yeah, getting screwed there quite a bit, right? If we didn't have the atomic clock here, like, look what happens here after 7 seconds into the fight, right? Not okay. He hasn't used items and he won. Yeah. Fun game. Oh man, we tried so hard. That was a long game for not a lot. Last game. If this is not like sparking joy, I think it's another short stream and we're saying, well, that it is. Because, I don't want any more. I don't want this anymore. What's the worst core? I do think the worst core is the armored core, but I see people pick it, and I still disagree. I do always go gold skills, yes. Why not take income? I don't know where you mean there. I should have taken income, but never ever at any point there is income. The answer. Like if it was over loot, no. If it is over start, like skill, no. Oh, on the junk. Ah, I see. See, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. I see where your point. Yeah, yeah. No, I wouldn't even take it if I could. Yes. Be right back. 1 second. Well, if this is not like a game where I, win, I don't know what is. I mean, this is like more you can't ask for, right? Like this is all burn, all a million burn on everything. So this is like the game where it makes up for all the stuff I had to suffer through the last like 3 out of 4 games. This is on the other hand, like look, if this is what you're facing on day 2 as any other character, you're gonna jump in the hoots, right? Like, not that this is like average, we know that this is not average, but if this is what you're facing on like, day 2, I can see why people are mad about Dooley. Ooh. Oh, positioning is wrong. The uh, Firefly should next to this one, the solar farm. But also, like, this is like high roll, right? Like, crazy. Core and core tier list. Ignition core, the core, weaponized core, and never pick the others. Probably the companion core is then next. And companion core can high roll, but I don't like it. But yes. How do you decide? I will answer in a bit. So the idea here is the following. The first few days, like day 2 and 3, the fight is over before anything happens. Okay, I don't need any scaling because when the rocket launcher goes off, the core goes off a second time, and my opponent is down because he has a million burn on him. Okay, but now on day 4-ish, people can technically like scale a little bit shielding and so on. So if the fight takes a little bit longer because like there is healing and regeneration and stuff, now we actually want to have the, instead of the very, very, very bursty approach where the rocket launcher is left of the core, we want to have the scaling approach just in case we're losing slightly like burst potential, but we're getting scaling potential. And this is like where the shift is. So this is how I decided that. But this is like a giga high roll of a run, okay? Like no question asked. Like we low rolled the last runs quite hard, but this run, on the other hand, is, well, that's something else, isn't it? I didn't look at the card back from Pygmalion, so I don't know. So maybe someone else can answer that. I was like thinking and reading chat and stuff. Hmm. Hello, Sikador. How goes the grind? Hopefully having fun with the new stuff. I mean, I'm sticking to Dooley, so not much new stuff for us. And grind is so la la. The last few days, I think opponents got a little bit stronger, and in general, not this run, but in general, I had the last 2 days a little bit of unfortunate runs, I would say. But well, give and taken, it's still going okay. mean, it's sketchy. After I clicked it, I was like, well, this is sketchy. Because I don't have any heal. Like, I don't have an Aiden. Maybe I was wrong. I don't know. We will see if I get punished. Like, with an Aiden, I don't get punished here. But without an Aiden, I might not have the... Okay, I do. All good. Oof. All good. Nothing to worry. But Aiden is cleansing so much burn in this matchup. Alrighty. I want to stick with the rocket launcher. You know what? We're cruising with this board. We're replacing this with an Aiden. And then we're cruising with this board. How about that? Yeah. We're actually kind of cruising with this. That's like... This is not okay of a run, I can tell you. On the other hand, he got me half down before anything happened, so, you know? No, rocket launcher normally is only in the board until like day 5. But this is like a little bit of a special run, isn't it? I'm free to play. Which hero to unlock first? I think the general idea there is whatever you prefer of playstyle playing. I think Dooley is more at the moment not in a good state, and it will stay probably for the next 4 weeks like this, if I had to guess. Okay, maybe we get like a little bit of love on Dooley when the next expansion comes on Dooley, but I'm heavily guessing that we are not having fun on Dooley for the next weeks, and I think Dooley is weakest, so I wouldn't even though I enjoy Dooley, I don't think you should take Dooley there. Whether it is Pig or it is Mac, I think it's hard to say, because the downside of Pygmalion is you technically need his expansion to go full hard, and you don't have the expansion for a little bit on Pig, but it's a lot easier to play if you have the expansion. Whereas Mac is like has like level 15, so you have like easier access to the expansion, but it is way harder to play. So in the end, just take whatever you feel like to do, I would say. Um, I would advise you probably to take Pygmalion. It's easier to learn as opposing to Mac, but whatever playstyle suits you the best. I would say stick with Vanessa. I mean, honestly, that's probably the correct answer. I want to check what solar farm actually does if we are willing to look for solar farms like at polls or something. Like I haven't looked in a while at solar farm because I think it was not a good item, but here it's a very, very special case. So we're getting 1 more second of haste and 3 more region out of it. It's funny, compare the region numbers from a solar farm to the numbers that like Mac can get nowadays, but it's whatever. Uh do we once for once go for Obsidian Ignition Core and say we're just like the most racy kill him fast opponent that you can get? You know what? For once I'm willing to go like 10-0, raise him everything down. Who needs defenses if he has offenses? I was scared for a second, force field can be scary, but he has not a defense grid, so wouldn't call that scary here, sir. I mean, if we are upping the solar farm, we are for sure getting extra scaling on all our burn items, or we're just like saying 10-20% less CD on our core is also pretty good. I think both of these are amazing here, but I can't like make up my mind which one I like more. I think since we don't have the solar farm at gold, and we don't know if and when we will see that, we should just take the guaranteed. You aren't perma-hasted. I mean, even if I'm perma-hasted, there is like slows coming in, there is like freezes coming in. There will be times where I'm not like perma-hasted if this farm is not upgraded. Like it's only upgraded if there is nothing going wrong. See, there was my core not hasted already. So I don't think we're like really perma-hasted. It just like looks like perma-haste because we're start on rigged. Hello, Solus. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Yes, Diamond Scrap is still giving you 1 second CDR, which is the reason I took the scrap in the first place. I normally like this quite a bit, but I wanted to up the solar farm here. Is Dooley back? No. This is just like the absolute high roll of a high roll run. I had quite quite like so far 2 out of 3 runs were not 10 wins, which is I would say not pretty good for me navigating the Dooley at least. So this way we're starting at 3-ish seconds, right? Like 3.6. Oh wait, yes, it's not that much, but still something. Something is something. Nitro is probably better than Aiden, QBH. Fair. Yeah, you're true there. I should have. Yeah. Hmm. Alrighty. That was a self-playing run, right? Like, we got the solar farm for free. We never needed to pick it up. We got, like, we started on a fiery. We had a full fireboard. We got rigged. We got a solar farm for free. We beat Lich. We found these 2 skills. We had a million crit. And then, we just tempo kinged our way. But that was like an absolute high roll run to make up for the unfortunate situations we had earlier today. I have not made like I don't think I want to speculate on still no what is it, jewels and what the future has there. It's like so far ahead. So yeah, don't think we have to like break our head on those things. Thank you so much, Solis. Alrighty. Let's just let's take a 2 minute break here. I think it's worth to take a 2 minute break here. And then I will continue. I will have to stop the music for a sec. No, I don't need to. Alrighty. Anyway, I will take a 2 minute break here. Be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Thank you guys so much for staying around. Let's start the run and I will catch up with chat. Well, fiery it is. Over strength, I think its burn is a lot stronger. In general, now we're looking for a rocket launcher. Don't think a welding helmet on its own is good enough. I want to roll for the rocket launcher. There he is. Well, thankful run already. Like having like day one rocket launcher is already, oh man, makes life so easy. Alrighty, let me catch up. Mandala is still bugged. It still decreased the rarity of items. I have never seen that. So for me, I can say for certain it has not never happened. I would have known and noticed. Yeah, we didn't take the friend there on the last note. We were greedy. Uzi and a small friend? Upping the rocket launcher. Sure. I don't know which hero is next. I cannot tell yet. Like I can't tell. Like I really don't know. Nice. We're leveling for sure. That's a good news. Another good run. Let's go. Hmm. I was close on making myself another coffee, but I was smart. I didn't do it. But if I'm gonna stream like a little bit longer, I may want to do this though, or I open a mate or something. So the microdave is really dyssynergetic with what we're having because we don't have small items. And the Chris Army knife, I mean, is he really doing anything for us? No, rerolling is too expensive. Since we don't have to fight Borear, we don't have to, scratch our head. I don't think we're even beating Borear here. Um, I think we're beating the Covetous Thief because it's more economy on average, and I'm most like interested in economy right now. And best case, we're getting like otherwise a Shadowed Cloak, and then this is like probably helping us a little bit. Do we want to use the feather here? Yes, we do. Want to use this? Yeah, I do think so. Why not? Hmm. So for the person who asked about positioning on the rocket launcher, here for example, I do expect the fight to be very short, and then the rocket launcher left of the core is better to get like maybe 2 core procs in, because I don't need the scaling. I just like need the burst, and then in 1 or 2 days, depending on like my gut feeling, we're gonna put the rocket launcher on the right side. Well, this is also a good run. I had 2 risks and like 2 mountain passes and two fights. That's also. Hmm. Alrighty. I think it's a mandala event situation over Andy here, but it's close. Best early skills. I think fiery, and then the left and right burn skills, so the burn skills. But you need to find obviously primarily a rocket launcher or at least like burn items to get the value out of it. Um, After that, I think it's left hand and right hand. Then it's probably strength and defense crit, and then you're screwed. So then you take crit, um, most most crit available basically, but yeah, you're screwed. Crit isn't that bad when it's all items. See, you are correct and you're not correct. So yes, it's not that bad. You get like some value out of it. But the whole purpose of taking skills is two things. One, guarantee the Boreal win. Two, more or less guarantee the first 2-3 days of wins. Okay? And crit, while being okay, is not like doing that. A rocket launcher and a left 6 burn, is doing that. A rocket launcher and the crit ain't doing that. And if no rocket launcher, mean, there is like sometimes a little bit of more options than the not the rocket launcher, but yeah, you want to have like the rocket launcher basically. We will not use this skill, so we might as well not take it. I don't think it's like a solar farm angle again. We have far too less too few burn items here, right? Yes. What's the best alternative when burning core is not showing up? It depends a little bit, but I think is the core in the end. If you want to go for 10 wins, if you want to go for 7 wins, I think it's a weaponized core. That's a good comment. Flavor-wise, I think it's hilarious that Bronze Pig starts with a bow, Vanessa with spears and such, and Dooley with a freaking rocket launcher. That is hilarious. That's a good flavor thing I have never thought about, but it's hilarious. If I had like a little bit more gold, I would reroll here, but I don't have a lot gold, so we have to just take this one. Not that I want to complain too much. Ooh, I never had this happen, but it's a server side issue. It's not me. Like I don't drop anything on the OBS, so my internet is stable. Doesn't work. Candyvan, it doesn't work. It says like a small delay by half a second, and then you reconnect. Anyone never reconnect, so it's like still not reconnecting, even the on this new build. Okay, so it's still not reconnecting. Interesting. I mean, Dooley has arms if he has the combat core. Um, the combat core, like the old legendary skin from the beta. I think this is the day where we may fall short. It's like our one of the weakest days. Um, because like it's like shortly before we upgrade the ignition core again to gold and Tempo King again. Also, Beaver, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So, I mean, he is like also a streamer. Nice guy, though he's like streaming in Russian, and that's a language that I in general don't understand. So be advised there. But in case you want to check him out, feel free. Great guy, great streamer. I watch him often on mute and lurk around. Please. Oh, hell yeah. Free shiny, like free. I paid 20 gold for it, but 20 gold free kind of shiny drill. Man, the game is making up for the stuff, we had to suffer earlier this morning. And for those who have been here, we had been suffering for the first few games of the day. So now this last game and this game, we are, man, we're enjoying. Why is Gorgon haunting? It's a bug. And also, speaking of high rolling, 50 gold here for the bank account. Pretty good. Pretty good. I could go to the main menu and back, and then the Gorgon is not haunting me anymore. Oh, it's not getting worse, right? It's still staying the way. I mean, I don't know what to take there. I mean, it has to be the grease fire, but liquid cooled is so good. It has to be the grease fire though. Because the drill has multicast, which means we're like triggering grease fire twice. And then it's not only a lot of like burn, kinda. It's actually a significant burn, but it's also 2 charges on the drill. Man, what a nice high roll game. One after another yet. How about a bonk to round it up? Is it even an English word, like round it up? Is it something you say in English? Because it's like, probably it's a German thing, right? Beaver, thank you so much for giving out 5 subs to the community. Thank you so much for your generous support. Uh, Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really. Means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Thoughts on coolant? Pretty good. I think it's one of the best items that Dooley has in his toolkit because it has basically more freeze than any other item for a lower cooldown. And you also reduce a lot of burn damage and quite a lot of people running burn because burn is pretty strong. So coolant is like an S tier item. Like even if I see a silver coolant at the dig site, I'm gonna stop there and I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna be happy. How did you get shiny drill? There is this event where you can like improve your weapons, and I improved my weapon, and then the enchantment was shiny. I don't think so. Hello, Sixten. Welcome, welcome. How have your games been? Well, mixed. Like I had the first few games of the day were like, man, I had a struggle. I had a struggle. And then the last two games, like this game and the last game, on the other hand, um, life is kind of good. Wait, Poppyfield would have been sick with a shiny drill? No. I mean, the drill is not like really self-charging, is it, though? Like, so we're having two of the grease fires, and then we have two of the poisons. So we're having four. Eh, feel like so scuffed on the board. Maybe it would have been worth, though. Maybe you're correct there. Maybe I was like a little bit overly anxious. Yeah, but I was like not like it's not like fully like it's charging, sure, but only the two times, right? Fair enough. I think in hindsight, the more I think about it, you're correct, guys. Okay. I was like a little bit. I was wrong there. Maybe I should have had the. Yeah, now the poppy field would have been like amazing, right? Now we just like take out like I don't know something something, and then we're like a lot better with the poppy field. Fair enough. Okay, I was wrong not to take the poppy field there. I don't know what I was thinking. I have no justification. I somehow train of thought went the wrong way. They're strong anyway. Yeah, that's true. But that's still not a good justification not to take the poppy field. If it's like making us stronger. And it would have made us stronger here. Do you pivot off drill when you find DJ early? No, I hate DJ. I'm not giving him much attention. I think he's like always like feeling like not always, but in most cases he's not feeling good. Would replace this with the coolant, probably. I was asked what I would replace it with, like a coolant would be the thing. Fiber optics. Do you have a gold skill tier list? No, not available. It's basically like fiery, the other burns, left hand, right hand, strength and defense crit, the crit ones, and then nothing. And by crit, prefer general crit, then the left and right crit, and then the specific crit. Hello, Kurt. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, don't take poison, basically. Don't take poison. Don't go that road. And don't go specifics crit. Like, don't take those. There's never a reason to take those. Any monster skills? Probably, but like it's so rare that I can't like give you like advice there. Why is haste next to the fire one? Because I think the core procs more often than the firefly. I can show you in a bit. Pretty certain that the core procs more often. And I mean by a lot. And then I rather have like more haste on my board and more triggers on the drill than like one more trigger on the firefly maybe. Also, I think like the firefly is probably ICD'd anyway from all the drill haste. Favorite enchantment on the core, heal, and then shield, and something probably then shiny. Depends a little bit on the situation, right? But these three. So you can see here that the core procs a million times more, kind of like double the more than the firefly. So that's the reason why the mantis is next to the core and not to the firefly. And if you say, well, the firefly gets more charges from the haste. It's like a little bit, sure, but probably already close to the ICD, which means it doesn't give me faster procs on the Firefly. But this way I get more procs on the Mantis, like more charges on the Mantis, and then more procs on the Mantis, and then more haste on the board, and that is in general more favorable to me. Do you remember the 8 win yesterday with 2-second Blue Beetle and fiber optics? Yes, that was fun. Yesterday and this morning, and yesterday after the stream, yesterday on the stream, and this morning the first two games, I got so many times screwed over by the game. On the other hand, now we're like screwing everyone else over. Yeah, like, but like now the last two games have been like the easiest easy mode that you can ask for. Like, I think both were perfect runs. Like, nothing went wrong. Third time fiery in a row. It's as a skill now. Like, everything I can ask for. Fiery. Did I say fury? It's fiery. In case I mispronounce, it's fiery. I'm not fully sure if I pronounced it correctly on the first time a second ago. And I took the drill there because the welding helmet on its own is not like really doing a lot. And this way I just like first of all have a drill, second of all I can still like beat vipers. So that's like the reason to primarily take the drill here. We look. Right, we don't roll, but we look. We should take a friend. I don't have the time to wait on the crypto, and I can't like let the crypto screw me over. How do we do this? So we can get like a small Aiden Firefly something something. We can just upgrade probably one of these two. If I had to guess, like the Green Wasp for the maximum strength for today. Or we take a gold and sometimes like, I don't know, that's always like something of a best case Uzi. Alright, let's say 6 poison is a lot against a person that is AFK. But that has to be an AFK opponent. Looks like an AFK opponent, right? Are we seeing that correctly? It's take a long time for the to get somewhere, right? For the Fang. My poison will kill him easily. Yeah, that's AFK. Nice. But the moment he had like a catfish there or like a jellyfish, we would have been probably in deep trouble. So, you know, it's a close one. Let's look again for this guy. No way to reroll, like, no reason to reroll there. We're not rich enough. So the thing is, we need to consider here, like, if we want a level, we need probably to fight a warrior. And I don't know if the crit is good enough. But if I reroll, I will like only have 2 gold left. And 2 gold is not a lot of shopping. What's the best case? The best case is like 2 burn. Yeah, 2 burn is quite a bit though. Oh, we have to make considerations here. So I think the reroll was fine in hindsight with the skills we're showing, getting showed here. like having here. The question is if left hand is carrying so much that we want to take it over defense grid, and I think the answer is no matter what, yes, right? And I don't need to make the calculations yet whether this beats the warrior or not. We're taking the 1 XP here, always over a Curio. And I don't think we're ever beating this lovely Enjoyer, because we are dead on the first hit of the multicast after 14 seconds. So we're getting 4 hits in, and that means we're doing 18 burn and 75 damage. We're putting out like 6 poison, but that's not a lot. And then we're hitting at once, like once after whatever, 10 seconds for 100. But he's shielding and we're not getting through that. Like, no way. I can already tell. I don't need to map it out in more detail. And then I go for the higher gold value. Left hand can't kill warrior, no. Like, not even like a diamond, like not a diamond, like a golden left or right hand on a pulse rifle is still not on its own good enough to raise a warrior. Like, just like a pulse rifle, like any friend you want to wish for, is probably not beating it, guaranteed. I mean, maybe an Aiden, and then you haste a lot the pulse rifle, but you get the idea. Like a whatever is not doing enough there. So in case you're like wondering, I post a link here on the Reddit post that I always use to um, help me calculate a little bit of breakpoints and situations. So you can see how much damage you need to do and how much time you have. And the first multicast, if it's like split on the same second that you die, is going through. The second to like 1 second and third multicast of pulse rifle and rocket launcher is not going through, by the way. All right. One up the shadowed cloak. Is 4 crit good enough in this position? I really care about 2 burn in the long run. I mean, 4 crit is quite a bit. I don't wanna roll and then get low rolled. I don't need the raw stats anymore. So I didn't want to have the drill, by the way, here on the left, because I want to have the left hand on the launcher. Obviously, we want to have like soonish sort of a Uzi to, or at least an Aiden to start the combat here. I should have considered the plasma grenade again over the green wasp here. Not gonna lie. On the other hand, it's only a bronze plasma grenade. That's a good target. To Mandala. Let's see if we can high roll a nice skill here. Sure. Sometimes I have shield enchanted items. We are having close to double his health. So I would be in shock if he crits us often enough to kill us. He has also like not really scaling. I mean, another high roll run, right? Fiery Start, Interact, Rocket Launcher, Drill, the full Tempo King. Just cruising around. I think we're like fine-ish strong. I mean, Mac can be scary at this point. Close. Does this guy have like... Oh, okay. No, I read it wrong. All good. I read it as he has like 65% crit, and I was like wondering why. Oh, this is an unfortunate situation because I could like up the core here, but then I can't up the core again. But let's just up the core. Then we can decide if we want to upgrade something else or go for a skill instead. Because I don't think there is anything that is as valuable to upgrade um, over a skill. I have no idea whether we're beating like a lich here. If I had to guess, we are just like having 200 health too few. But on the other hand, we have the Aiden and we have 12 region. I think we're needing for sure extra scaling on the rocket launcher, like burn scaling. And we have a golden core. It's all like clunky here. It's not smooth and elegant. No, elegant, elegant. Yeah, we're summary is we're not beating Lich. That's not happening. If we were like level 7 and we would have had the extra HP from the level, um, we would have been able to beat that. But I think health pool was not high enough to go for Lich there. But like golden ignition core can like very consistently beat Lich. Want to point that out. So now we can upgrade something, but I don't think anything is as valuable to upgrade here over a silver skill. I think Burning Shield is a good skill. One upgrade on the rocket launcher is fine still. You may want to run for with it for a little bit more. Oh, you may want to try another reroll there on the water cooler. I think it's time to really try to find replacements here. Like the board is getting carried quite hard by us being like a little bit tempo kingish here, but we are falling off. So oh, that wasn't a good ship. I don't know what is. Okay, we are never ever even remotely beating a Radiant Corsair. So we can go and beat the turtle. I'll be right back. Just a second. Alrighty. Sorry. Oh, okay. I mean, Clamera is historically speaking quite okay. Here we will see. We will see if we can make use out of it. It's always gold skills. 24 crit on my ignition core. That's a big number. Haste though, like we're hasting already kind of start of combat 7 times or something. So yeah, seems better. And then it's like 14 on everything, and then after a little bit more, it's a lot more. Money is okay, so we can go to Aerodrome and roll once or twice. We don't have nitro, so I don't think we should try to buy a pyrocarbon then. Buy a yellow mantis for sure. We also want to roll. Also, I just realized this is proccing my Richt, right? Okay, I was wrong. I think the Clamera is pretty good here. I mean, small refreshment is like a hard counter to us, right? So I don't know how we're getting there. We got there. Do you ever drop core for Iceberg while playing drill? No. The reason is because Iceberg is too reactive. And while this may be good against like this board type of board, right? It's like horrible if that is a one weapon Vanessa or like something, like a big cutlass or like a pick that has like not drums but like the lemonade stand situation. So you don't know, and then you're like you're like surrendering yourself um if the opponent has like a good board to counter your iceberg. So I don't like playing iceberg particularly. Iceberg is just like coin flipping because you can like hit high and then you hit low, and yeah. I don't have a shield item, unfortunately, here. And I don't even have, like, a bronze item. But relax it is. Not that I will ever need it. But the rest is also not doing anything. Interesting. Even though I don't think I ever skipped XP here, we're also, again, like, short quite a bit. Like, half a level. Even more. You haven't seen a single lemonade? Well, watch my VOD later on the like two runs ago on the core. You will see they exist. I found them. Last fight of that match. It was a full suspension. Suspension. Oh, our crit could have been also been on the core here. Whatever. Let's try again on the diamond small item here. I give up on you. Want to take the gold? No. I want to roll a few more times. Try my luck. Oh. I mean, the comment there was just like a little bit spite because it was like a very intense fight and we lost in the end. I'm not trying my mandala luck anymore. Stay 9. Might as well see diamond items in the shop, right? Heal, let's go. It has to be on the ignition core, right? Yeah, it has to be here. The drill is not proccing fast enough to justify the drill instead. Because the drill has the upside, it's sometimes at some point, like, at some point it's often proccing more often than the core, right? And then you get like a more benefits of the 10% cleansing on the drill, if the drill is heal enchanted. But in this situation, we are not having enough procs on the drill. So we need the scaling, therefore, from the heal to have enough benefits of our enchant in the first place. How much do you want to pay 8 gold here? Sure, for the meme. It's an extra life. I mean, sometimes yes, but sometimes not. Depends, right? Also, the question will be if we ever needing it, because it doesn't look that way so far, at least. Don't want to jinx it, but so far it doesn't look that way. I think at silver this is still not good enough. Well, this is for sure good enough. I want to go for the Dualtron here. We have a bunch of friends. We have a lot of start stuff. Yeah, let's buy the Dualtron. I think it's actually correct to buy the Dualtron here. I mean, Dualtron is good here in a way of we're not using it now, but we're um using it either a diamond to kill opponents faster or when we have more like to set it up. But like Dualtron is good to take into the stash, and we have the money to do that. Do you like virus build? I don't even know what a virus build is, but I have not neither found a build for virus where I think virus is good, nor did I ever encounter a person that had a virus build that ever saw like something scary to me. Like I think the fight is over before the virus is doing anything. It's an interesting item. Like I think it's an interesting item. I think it is like great to have in the game. I think there may be like future potentials where it shines and tech items and unique items I think are generally favorable for the game, okay? But I don't think virus is like a standalone good enough item in this meta. Like it's way too slow. Period. Like you're like if you're facing my burn builds, you're dead before your virus has any impact, basically. I mean, it's busted on Mac. Yeah, that's the different story. But that's like, that's a different. Yeah. Oof. We put the poison on the metro or on the drill. I want to put it on the drill, honestly. That's a lot more poison on my opponent. I think we're winning this easily. I think we should win here, like in so many cases. Okay, I was wrong. That's a diamond dualtron. We're not winning shit here. Alrighty, alrighty. Was overconfident. I mean, I have my dualtron on my own. Okay, I can do the same to my opponents in just a bit. It's interesting. Okay, like didn't expect to lose there, but he has also rigged. Yes, you can go over 20 prestige. Do we take the CDR or we take this for the future where I don't know we're losing another round and then we find a coolant and a fiber optics and then life is different. Let's take the median tempo king. Now the question also becomes, do we want to run a dual Tron? The answer has to be yes, right? Hey, I need to upgrade at least the Dualtron here. Hmm. You worry, we were never planning on having 6 second startup time. To be fair, we had a lot of crit. Hmm. It saddens me that I had to banish the drill. Don't get me wrong there. Like, I was sad that I had to banish the drill. It's not like something I wanted to do, but it was something I had to do there because I lost the fight to the Dualtron, so I had to bully back with the Dualtron. Alrighty. Um, I'm gonna make myself another coffee. I only had like 18 espressi today. We wanna put it up to 24, right? Um, so I will start a new run, so my intentions are clear, and then I will take a very short break here. Thank you, guys, so much for all the follow, support, the subs, and yeah, hope you're having a great day, and see you in a bit. Alrighty. I'm back. Thank you guys for staying around. And yeah, as Pressy are running through, um, we we can play a few rounds here, and then I will have to grab the coffee. Um, I mean, in hindsight, taking the skill there felt sketchy. Over looking for pulse rifle and rocket launcher, but I don't know, like a day one skill, like a second skill, often enough is so good. Um, that I'm willing to take the gamble there probably. Not chasing overheal skill anymore. Hmm. I feel like the what con skewed me into this direction was that I need to still make sure I get like the ignition core, right? I want to get the ignition core, and for that I have to have like the game to skew me into the direction, which means I have to have like burn stuff. No power center and burn stuff is like more or less a guarantee to get it. And if I like have too much weapon stuff, I may not see an ignition core. Yeah, like it's crazy. Like actually 610. I can tell you like straight indicators for like stuff, okay? Like I had like 3 out of 3 times when I have a power center, I never saw an ignition core. So if you have a power center on the board, I had 3 out of 3 times no ignition core. Whereas if I have no, like, I have my usual boards that I always have on day one and day two, I have like 90, kind of, I don't know, 95, 98% of time ignition core. So it's like super crazy on how the stuff there. And it makes also a little bit more sense in a way that I had always a suspicion that some people in builds have a lot more often um like rigged than me. And it seems like my boards tend to, whatever reason, give the algorithm the idea not to give me rigged. So I don't have a lot of rigged on my boards in general. Like a little bit lately different, but like in general. And I have a lot more ignition cores than I should. Have the devs confirmed there are indicators? Are you building a theory? Two things. Devs have halfway confirmed that there is sort of a weighting towards what you get and see, and it's not based on the rarity, but what on the items you're having. So there is a soft confirmation. But secondly, I would be yeah, it's not weighting though, Sixten. They like specifically said we shouldn't call that weighting. It's not weighting in a way of rarity weighting. But secondly, like um and this is like you're like Stingray. You're saying like you're building a theory that's superstition, right? But here's the thing. I do consider myself often to be a rather rational person that study physics. So you know, I have like learned at least in practice a little bit about, you know, statistics and biases, and I'm a philosopher and physicist by university training. So I think I should have a rather good idea how to understand sometimes data, okay? And what is like average and stuff. And I have played probably close to I don't know, whatever. Let me guess. 60 to 100 games here. So I think my data set of like, let's say averagely maybe 80 games or so is pretty big. And if it's realistically 5 out of 6 and there's nothing else waiting, like not waiting, but like nothing else changing the outcome, I can guarantee you I have not even remotely seen enough non-ignition cores. Not even remotely. And since we're now not only at 10 or 15 games, but we're like already at 80 games, there is no way in hell that like there is nothing going on. Oh no. That's like lottery situation. Okay? If that is the case, I should go play lottery because the odds are probably in the territory now where I should win lotteries. So anyway, so there are specific like stuff, and I'm like absolutely certain. And like power center like was the first thing that I noticed when I had a power center. I never saw my ignition core. So anyway, I have been like very carefully looking at that. But like yeah, anyway, so I can tell you if you have a lot of burn and stuff, um, and no power center and you know always like my board that I have, I see like ignition core so much more often, and I'm like starting to think the following. Okay, like that is superstition. That is like not anything. I was wondering if the like I don't know if that is true, but I was wondering if the like let's say since we are having like sort of a skewing into the direction what you're having like on your board, whether it's like sort of a deterministic situation where it's like not like random at all, and it's just like some sort of like deterministic, no RNG behind in the algorithm. We don't know yet, but like there's like it's always the same. Like it's they somehow use your board to determine the RNG you're getting, right? So if you have always the same board, which is not possible, but assuming you have always the same board, you will always get the same monster drop. Like I don't know if that is true. But that is something I was wondering whether that is true. Like assuming you're having exactly the same skills, items, and numbers on the items, whether that will give you always the same monster drop loot or not, like loot from a monster. I don't know. Like I really don't know. That is superstition for sure. But there is something fishy going on. That's not superstition. That is something I would call effect by now. Anyway, long ramble. Why can't we have pure randomness? Yeah, I would like to have pure randomness. Um, because if it's not pure randomness, people will manipulate it, right? Anyway, um, how do we beat, if ever, like a warrior? And the answer is probably from this position we're not beating a warrior, right? Like, let's make ourselves honest here. We're just like don't have the stuff. I mean, a pulse rifle, and something, maybe. So do we roll then to get like more stats going? Sure. Oof. That can also be like an easy fight, and then our issues are solved. But it can also be a hard fight, and then our issues are not solved. And it can also be nothing. Let's assume we get like whatever we want to get. Okay, let's say we're getting a pulse rifle. We can put the pulse rifle to 70 damage, so 210, and then the second time is 420. The shield is coming after, right? Shield is coming after damage, right? It's always the same if it's like exactly at the same moment. And I think it's 10 seconds pulse rifle and 10 seconds, but it's multicast, so the multicast are delayed. Shit. So we're not getting through that. So he gets his 80 shield, the warrior. That's like if we're getting a pulse rifle. So what does it mean? How much burn is that? That's like 6 burn here and there. That's not a lot. Um, assuming we get a pulse rifle and a rocket launcher. Could we even afford it? Yes. Would that be enough? Probably. That would be enough to beat the Warrior. But man, that is not happening most likely on Isla, right? That's just not it. Okay, summary is we go with the high roll. Yeah, we're not beating this guy. We can beat both of those. Right? Yeah, I don't know. How often do we charge this? 3 times every 6 seconds, so two every 2 seconds for charging once. So it's a 7.5 second item. A little bit, blah blah blah. So we have 20 damage, and then we have our blast doors as well. So we can beat the Rogue Scrapper, quite certain. Looks scuffed, but in the end we can. I mean, whatever. I have definitely missed on a burn core with a full burn setup. Okay. But did you have like more than one weapon skill or a power center? That is the two indicators that I had. Like, it's not like the full burn core setup, okay? Like the full burn setup. It's also other indicators. It's not like just one thing. I want to buy an upgrade on the drill here. Or do I want to buy a pulse rifle? Let's say I want to kill opponents. I want to buy a pulse rifle. And then I still buy an upgrade on the drill just because of it. And then we're killing opponents this way. We're taking the XP, so we're just like 1 XP behind, so we can still level on day 3 2 times. Don't want to take the crit on the drill, but I can. But it's like, is it better on the ignition core? It's not that much better. You know what? Let's do that. And then let's hope we're killing someone. I honestly am not like too much in a dislike of the new fights. I think Warrior is a little bit, tough. But since there is no crit, at least it's like very deterministic. And we're dead, right? Ah! See, here we don't get the... I know why we don't get the ignition core, by the way, okay? Like, people were like, well, Snazer, didn't you say you have a full burn setup? The answer is no. I have not a full burn setup. These two items here, like, whenever I have left hand and right hand, I don't see a burn ignition core. I can look, I'm looking at stuff, okay? Whenever I have left hand and right hand, I don't see an ignition core. Same as whenever I have a power center, I don't see ignition core. Those are very clear whenever, and they have been like so far always true. Um, so just to point that out. I mean, I don't know if I have fiery here, if that is changing the odds again or not, but these two here are the indicators with a power, or like a power center. Anyway, good talk. Doesn't change. Doesn't do a change anything at the moment. Would you say Flame Juggler is harder than Scoville? Yes. Flame Juggler is really hard. Scoville is easily doable. Like in nearly all my runs, I beat Scoville. In nearly all my runs, I'm not trying or know that I will die to Flame Juggler. Alrighty. Are upping there the feather for sure. I want to hold on to this. Oh, I can't get my coffee. Be right back. Alrighty. I'm back. Thank you guys for your understanding. I got myself a nice coffee. Really want to have small items when I can get health? That's a good question. Stay full though. We need to get a few better small items here. I think only Coolant and Blasters has a good chance against Juggler. Golden Defense Grid and Aiden are doing the trick in most cases, unless you're like having uh obviously no health, but if you're having like 600 health, a little bit more than 600 health, Defense Grid and Aiden. And some damage, obviously. But yeah. Ooh, I like this. I like this. Do I want to have an Uzi? Yes. Do I want to upgrade my drill? Yes. So let's see. Nope. Yeah, I have to run it for one more day, right? Really don't want to run this. I have to. Do you think the rigged spell is stronger now after the change? It's different. Sometimes it's stronger and sometimes it's weaker. I think like for Dooley on the drill, it's a little bit stronger maybe, but it's also kind of significantly weaker. And the reason is the following. A lot of the time, fights are a lot determined by who starts first. Or screwed here. And Rick was like making it so crazily favored in one direction. And then the other person had like a head start on the start itself. And now, without holsters at least, the other person does not have a head start on the start when the board starts to, I don't know, charge itself and so on. So while the haste is still like super impactful, and it's overall probably even more-ish, it's still like different. So I think in most endgame boards specifically, the old rigged would beat the new rigged. So, and that is where the polarization of the skill was the highest, and the issue with the skill was the highest. Not that rigged is still not rigged and problematic and blah blah blah, but I'm pretty confidently saying in this matter, for example, if I have an average board on day, let's say 12 or 10 or 12 or whatever, and I put in either like the old rig and one on the new rig, I would say the old rig always wins. Maybe I should have considered the lighter on the left of the core here. Yeah, a little bit too weak here. Not enough scaling. I'm not taking that. LED should be next to Firefly. I mean, we're having two haste items next to it, but maybe the LED is going a little bit more off than the cock. So, sure, I can see that. Let's look at the stats. Probably it's one extra charge, right? Not even. So, yeah. I needed stats. I want to take the fight even though I just took a relax. I want to look for small items. Let's look for small items. I remember when LED was busted. Yeah, I remember that too. Can I beat Borear with Micro Dave, Lighter, Battery, Aiden, Uzi, and Left Burn spell? Um, I mean, we need to have like the cooldown of the Dave, right? Um, 3, 4, 2, and 4. So every 4-ish seconds, we're getting 4 seconds of charge. So Dave is a 7-second item, so it's a 3-second item with delay though. And then you're having 12 burn on the Dave after 4 seconds. 12. Ah, man, I don't know. That's like I can't like I would have to think about this a little bit more. I don't want to answer that. Um, I can't tell you. Like that, it takes too much time here, in all honesty, to figure that one out. So it looks interesting. So that looks really interesting to me. I wanna see that in action. Because I just figured out, if you're having like a really high number of friends, you can, have the same, the friends have a loop, right? This should be loopable. Like Dualtron and Core should be loopable on its own. I want to have the freezer. Is solar farm worthwhile? I think in most cases the answer is no. Hmm. But even with a burn core, like, very, very occasionally you have seen this, like last game. But I would say 95% of my games, like I think it was the first Solar Farm game in 2 patches. And it was okay, but I had like so much to justify it. I think in like if you have to ask whether you want to run Solar Farm, the answer is no. Like it's yes. I'm certain that that's the answer. What's your game plan when you're picking up the core? The main game plan is something to survive the mid game, and then preferably I like to have like freeze items here, shatter and drill, and then I just like kill opponents in no time since I have a low CDE core. Realistically, the answer though is we will see this game. We may go into a Dualtron game. I don't have poison items. Oh, if we're beating Ferris Khan here, let's not try that. Is Dooley great again? I don't think so. No, no. I mean, probably then the run ends here, right? That's a realistic answer. We're never found enough stream. Okay, I expected more like weaponish of a board. And we have coolant against his burn, so yeah. We're not beating that. I don't think so. I don't see why, how we're scaling here. Righty. Is Hawkbush still playable? I think Hawkbush is not that strong anymore. What made Hawkbush so strong was the enchant. Well, that was an unfortunate run. I have time for one more. One more. Let's not end on that one. That was not a banger. That was a oof. So what went wrong this game, the last game? I think primarily we never found like real scaling. And we had no ignition core. So I think that went wrong, basically. I mean, sure, the enchants didn't help there, but I don't think that was the main issue. Yeah. Hmm. Well, that's like the takeaway. The takeaway is rather ignore the barrier fight and don't take left hand and right hand, so you're not like skewed into the core. Another takeaway. Never take power center and left and right hand together, or more than one weapon skill. So you're always getting your ignition core off in the hopes, and not the other cores. Because like the core, while I have like good runs on it, I have also like a lot of bad runs, right? It's like a like 50-50 core where sometimes you go full crazy and you look like a genius, but then on the other hand, when you don't go full crazy, you're nothing. GG. Quick gold skill list. Burn, damage, defense crit, and then crit. And never poison. And consider whatever is giving you the most crit, burn, or damage to be the best. Probably left and right hand are better, and strength, and so on and so on. Does what's your board affect the core selection chance? I'm willing to say yes, and I'm willing to state it as a more as a factual statement than a guessing statement at this point. Yeah, I really like took like very clear precaution on after like having this suspicion. I tracked like really intensely um my what was different when I didn't get the ignition core. So I mean, I'm not like tracking in a way of I have a list, but I have a mental list and can like give you estimations and also what where the difference is in case I was like once in a very few times not getting the ignition core. So I have gotten the ignition core like nearly always, and there are only very few exceptions where I don't get the ignition core, and I have a list on that basically. Since I always play also the same on the start, right? Like I have like very clear idea on how I want to play the game from the start until the end. Be right back. All right. Ah. Ooh, Rust, let's go. Ignition. No ignition core. So the lumbars are the scrutiny here? Or is Reynard like in the background now screwing me over? So it has to be the lumbars. Has to be this item. This item. Screw me. I'm pissed. I mean, I should have not sold it, okay? Like I was a tilter. Alrighty, alrighty. We adding lumbars to the never take it list. Hmm. Man, I don't want to play this game. I wanted to have my ignition core game. The hell. Anyway, all good, all good. This game will look differently anyway. No, it's fine, it's fine. This game is not like going down the last game. We're having, instead of, I don't know what the last time the skill was, left hand, whatever, I'm not doing anything. Like now we're scaling. So don't worry. We are actually in a solid position here. I was just like a little bit frustrated that I didn't get my ignition core here. Hello, Mishko. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello, Johnny Bro. Welcome, welcome. Also, they bugged proboscis, so it can be heavy enchanted now. Oh, and then you have a loop. Oh no, we have proboscis loop again. Wait, let me check. What does Bazaar say? People will figure out, and we have proboscis loops again. And that's interesting. If people figure that out, they try to force it, right? And then you will have to face a few infinite loopy builds and be very happy about that. Just face it and stop beat it. I mean, sure, you can stop beat it if the damage number is super low, but if they have like extra scaling on it or whatever, like that thing is proccing 5 times per second, right? And it's slowing you 5 times per second. I mean, look, it's how Bazaar says it is possible. But like, like I looked at it, right? I'm like, well, let me check before I buy it, right? But there's this. How Bazaar says yes. So the data says it is possible again. And we know how this works. We have seen that in the past. Hmm. And then you need only scaling and a Clamera, and then you're good to bully people, right? This game looks like total different story. This is already like such a different story. Couldn't be more different of a story. Is still Dooley a thing? Sometimes. It needs a lot of setup and situations. But yes, it's still a thing. Don't think we're winning here. Like we're strongish, but not as okay, it's just like not enough friends, it seems like. Okay, never mind, never mind. Baited by crow's nest to play less friends. Yes, I think that's like true. This will be a fun game. This will be a fun game. This run. I can feel it already. I see the future here in this game. Like this game has so much more future potential. We'll get the drill down. Like I'm not like too afraid here. Hmm. Hello Parabots, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. I wish you also a great day. How are you doing? Hope you have been well, my friend. Yeah, I like on multiple levels. I've been quite well. Yeah, thank you so much. How about you? In multiple levels. So let me like ask a question. Was it meant into it is in multiple levels, not on multiple levels? Like, is it like did you mean it in a way of correcting me, or something else? Like, is not fully clear. So thanks for the in case it is. Oh no, correction. Okay, okay. Oh, screw me, is it? I was close though. Find the money. Is it the drill or the core? I think for now it's a core, right? We're not procking enough on the drill. Yes. Give me a great sword. We need economy here. Hmm. I don't have the money. How do we enchant the core with the new event that gives you like improve your weapon? I don't know the name anymore. Yeah, yeah. It's a pay 20 gold to enchant thing, exactly. Let's go for money. Radiant core, that's 12 gold. That's money. See if we are getting offered a core, a drill. Man, I don't want to roll. Nope, that's too much. I don't have the money. We are so definitely not beating a Radiant Corsair. Couldn't be more obvious. We would have needed to have a coolant here and I don't know, a lot more. Like I know there is a shield, like probably a coolant and then shatter. Okay, if I had coolant and shatter here, I would say we're beating that. Yeah, Radiant Corsair got buffed a lot. Exactly. That's a metro. That's a coolant. And that's a GPU. Though, let me think about the GPU situation. So, who's getting ousted first? Probably you. Maybe not. We don't know. We don't know. Hmm. You're staying around. You're staying around. You probably not. So like this. And then the GPU is not doing a lot for us, right? No. Nope, I don't want to have the GPU here. Ooh, that's important. I get the second down here on the drill. Do you upgrade the core or the drill first in ignition? It's the core. It's a core. You're like upgrading the drill is not a high priority. Like it's not. It's like okay of a priority, but that's like not even remotely the same as upgrading the core. Oh, thank you, mate. I do think this positioning may be not correct. I don't know about you guys, but I think like he had like a few interesting decisions he made. Okay, I think one of his decisions is not to upgrade the ignition core and to upgrade the power drill. I think that is an interesting decision. I think the second interesting decision is to run a knee brace. Okay, and the third interesting decision he made was to have like for whatever reason a lot of stuff left of the core. I think all of those decisions were wrong. All of them. And I mean wrong. Not like disgustable, I think wrong. Wrong is the right word there. On paper, he could have beaten us, I'm pretty sure. What do you think about the new Death enchant to upgrade all silver and bronze items? I mean, it's like, it sounds a little bit mean, okay? It's a great enchant if you die early, right? But you're not supposed to die early. So it's not something I have ever used. It may be right if you like, lose every round up until the point you're dying, and then you have a lot of bronze items, and you upgrade them, and then you're maybe getting a boost that is more than like a random enchant. Sure. But in most cases, I'm already at the point where I prefer like an enchant than an upgrade because the upgrades don't do that much for me at that point. So I think it's like it's nice that it exists. It's probably more of a comeback mechanism for let's say new players um that are dying early. So I think it's fine. Like I don't mind. I don't mind at all. But I have never chosen it. Does that make sense? I think it does. Ooh, 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 ooh. I mean, that is a lot of CDR, but that is a lot of freeze. So, Hmm. Alrighty. Goodbye, essentially. Sorrel, thank you so much. Have a great one. Mega Ray playable? Yes, definitely. I mean, I really don't know whether the Fang is correct here. I think I want to have like a Nitro or something that is like charging a lot more my drill here. And then I want to have it right off the core soonish. Alrighty. Don't mind me. GG. So Omega Ray is though is like it's just a support item, okay? Like it's not like I don't know, you play a weaponized core and then you run your Omega Ray, okay? It's only good if you either run Ignition Core in Burning anyway, or it's good if you have a very fast proccing D core and you need scaling in the mid game. Yeah, I know it's looking like it's shiny. I wish we could like just disable it. Like I don't mind having those items, I don't mind that it exists, but I would like to disable it. You ever had like toxic fiber? I mean, maybe, you know? It's not like impossible at some point. I don't have scaling, right? I mean, we're good with what we're doing here. Hmm. Ay, ay, ay. It's not correct anymore on the course there. Um, it's ignition core, the core, weaponized core, companion core, but it's like super close in all of those. It's a little bit down to preferences. Nah, we haven't like I haven't updated any of those cores commands. Hmm. Okay, there's a nitrogen hammer. Helps us with our scaling issue as well, right? Technically. So if we'll put the nitrogen hammer here, freezing what? Only 2 times though. That's not a lot of freezes. I know there is a fiber optics here and so on, but hmm. Also we are having no 10% CDR that way, right? Yeah, with just like one activation off anyway. Like one like not activation, I mean like one sort of extra proc on the drill. Like one enchant on the metro, one hotspot, and we're like really strong here. So ignition, weaponize the core. Haste enchant good enough on drill. Hmm, depends. Most of the time I would say no. And the reason why I would say no is because haste is rather easily solvable. It's like probably the one thing you can like have enough of normally on Dooley. So I would go for a different angle there. Tapios, thank you so much for the 3 months of support. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you so much. I don't think this is a Dualtron game, by the way. This is a drill game with the fiber optics. Oh, where to put the haste? Can't be on the fiber optics, or do I want to put it on the coolant? We're getting only half the value if we're putting it on the coolant, because we need like around 2 charges for the coolant to go off. So it's like half the value on the drill, but then we're having like more haste on the board, but it's not spreading evenly anymore. Yeah, let's go with this. We should be perma-freezing now. If not, we are like losing though, but I'm convinced we're freezing him permanently. Would you put the fiber, the buggy in? Huh? Interesting question. I don't know. For what is the question, right? Like that's the main issue there. I see. I don't really want to take away any of the items I have at the moment. Is this good enough, or this good enough? Or do I want to high roll further? Maybe this helps me to stabilize in case someone goes off faster than us and then we're perma-freezing and then we need stabilization. I think that's the answer. The answer is we may be in a situation where they start faster and then we're perma-freezing them. And if that is happening, we want the option to stabilize. Nice. That's a good game to end on. Alrighty. I mean, in total, I think we had like a bunch of good games in the end here. Most of the games in the end were like actually 10 winners and good games. And a few hard games in between. I think the RNG is starting to be again okayish. I think it like was yesterday and this morning a little bit. You know, you were on the low roll side, and now we're on the high roll side again. So for that reason, I think yeah, it's fine. Um, Let me check a little bit who's streaming at the moment, and then we can make a raid ready. Rarish is streaming. I haven't raided him in a while. To be fair, there are like a bunch of people. Yeah, but I want to raid Rarish. He has raided me quite a bit lately. So, I make a raid ready. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the follows and the support today, for all the subs. Means a lot to me. I will be back tomorrow morning streaming again. I will be a lot more consistent again. Break is hopefully over. I have no plans for this week, so a lot of streaming as long as I'm not too tilted and salty. And yeah, thank you so much. All the best. See you hopefully around soonish, and